Clipper Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Don't Leave by Pru Heathcote, narrated by Melanie Crawley. Chapter 1.
Oh, all right, Whiskey. I know you're hungry.
The sleek tabby cat sidled round the woman's ankles as she made her way to the kitchen. She glanced out of the window. The sea was calm and deep blue-black today. 40 years of living here had taught Peggy Mortimer how to forecast the weather by the ever-changing colours of the sea. There were grey banks of cloud on the horizon, so it would be cool and misty by the afternoon. At the kitchen door, she paused. Better check on the bairns first. She pushed open the nursery door and looked with satisfaction at the 3 white cots neatly arranged around the room.
Arabella today, I think,
she said, lifting the bundle from the cot and cradling it in her arms. She rocked it gently, making quiet shushing noises.
I think I'll put you in your new blue outfit.
The cat meowed impatiently in the doorway.
Oh!
Peggy Mortimer stiffened.
I forgot. That couple are coming at 11, and there's still things need tidying next door. Sorry, Arabella. First things first.
She tossed the bundle back in the cot, and the white crochet shawl unravelled. One chubby little arm flopped out through the bars. Jane had been dozing. The car was stuffy and hot, and she woke up with a jolt. She looked out of the window. They were well out of the city now, and driving between a wide landscape of soft yellow-brown and green fields, rolling on towards the distant Cheviot hills.
"You okay, love?"
Peter leant over and squeezed her fingers as they tensed on her lap. She knew he meant to reassure her, but she wished he wouldn't do that.
"Nearly there.
About another 20 minutes, I think." Jane stretched her arms, flexing her wrists, and glanced at her watch. They had been driving for nearly an hour now, and she realised it was an hour since she'd even had a passing thought about Angela. The longest time ever. The thought of Angela thumped back into her solar plexus like a heavy blow, and the pain came back again, as it always did, only this time she felt a wretched, sickening guilt. How could she forget for an hour? For a whole, long hour? The bereavement counsellor told her there would be longer and longer periods between the waves of pain, but she didn't want that to happen. She didn't want to lose the pain. It was the one tangible thing, the only real, solid thing that kept her connection with Angela alive. She tried to focus on the scenery, to appreciate the beauty of the huge, cloudless late summer sky, the swallows swooping low over the wide open fields, and the dusty gold of the horse-chestnut trees lining the road. They had turned off the A1 and its endless stream of traffic now, and were on quiet, winding country lanes. Jane shivered. As they came closer to their destination, the bright sun faded quite suddenly to a faint blur of light in a dismal, misty sky.
"Look, there's the sea,"
said Peter.
"We can't be far."
The sea lay grey as the sky, in a low-level strip beyond a field dotted with bedraggled-looking sheep and a wall of dark, craggy rocks. They were passing through a village, a small collection of low stone cottages, holiday bungalows, and a more recent development of a dozen or so new builds.
"The turning's about half a mile up here on the left."
Peter was talking in his unnaturally cheery, mock-excited voice that he always used when Jane was in one of her silent moods.
"You wait till you see it. The cottage. The location is out of this world. I think you're going to love it."
They came to a farm building, and next to it turned into a bumpy track deeply rutted by tractor tyres, with a muddy strip of grass down the centre.
Look, there it is. 2 chimneys.
The 2 tall and narrow chimneys, each with 2 even taller chimney pots, stuck up like pillars beyond a dip in the field at either end of the just visible line of the roof. Jane's body ached from tensing herself against the lurching of the car. The track seemed to go on forever. She looked out at the field with its clumps of brambles and yellowing grass. More sheep. And someone else. There was a small girl running a little way ahead of them in the field, just near enough for Jane to see her long fair hair blowing behind her. She was wearing something red, a tracksuit. As the car drew level with her, the figure stopped quite suddenly, and she turned to stare at the car, directly at Jane. She was too far away for Jane to notice any expression on her face, but there was something about her, the forlorn droop of her shoulders, that sent an icy wave of melancholy sweeping over her. "Peter, look at that little girl," she said. It was the first time she'd spoken since they left Newcastle. Peter braked gently and peered out.
"Where?" he said. "I can't see anyone."
Jane glanced at Peter. He was looking in the wrong direction. "No, not there. She—" When she looked back, there was no sign of the child.
"Perhaps she lives on the farm," Peter said. "I wonder why she isn't at school. Don't they go back this week?"
Yes, thought Jane, and I should have been taking Angela for her first day in reception. The cottage lay in a deep dip at the end of the track. It was built of solid grey stone, with an entry porch at each end. There had obviously been some recent work done to update the property. Some of the stones had been replaced with lighter sand-coloured stone, and new windows gleamed under the eaves of the slate roof. Peter leapt out of the car and stretched his arms.
"What do you think then, Jane?"
Jane didn't answer. It felt like there was a heavy boulder in her chest, pinning her to her car seat. Peter had found this place on the internet and been to see it a week or so earlier. He'd hardly talked of anything else. Of course, he'd researched the history. The original cottage dated from the early 1800s, when it had been a bathing house for the aristocratic family who lived in the big house near the village. It had been derelict for years until the 1940s, when a retired doctor from Berwick had bought it, extended and renovated it as his retirement home, and his grandson was the current owner. Now it was divided in 2, the larger section used as a holiday and sometimes longer-term let, and the small section on the end was occupied by a woman who oversaw the letting and upkeep of the property.
"We'll have to get the key off Mrs. Mortimer,"
Peter said, opening the passenger door for Jane. He lowered his voice.
"She's a funny old stick. Looks a dead ringer for Morticia Adams. But don't worry, I think she's the type that keeps herself to herself."
Jane sat quite still. She didn't want to get out.
"You know, Jane, if you really don't like it, you don't have to move here. But at least give it a look over, eh?"
Mrs. Mortimer took some time to answer. They saw a dark shape behind the frosted glass panes on the top half of the door. It opened just a crack, and a face peered out at them, a long, pale, bony face. Jet black eyes, beaky nose, black hair, probably dyed, Jane thought, scraped back into a tight knot. She could have been any age between 50 and 70, it was hard to tell, especially as she had whitish, powdery makeup on her face and eyebrows that had been painted on with a thick black pencil. She looked at them without a trace of a smile.
"Ah, Mrs. Mortimer, good morning."
Peter beamed at her, her blank expression making him uneasy.
Good to see you again. This is my wife, Jane. She's come to have a look at the cottage."
"Yes," she nodded. "I was expecting you. I have the key ready." She had a strong local accent, but spoke slowly and with an old-fashioned clipped pronunciation, as if she were trying to sound correct and proper, or talk posh, as Jane's nan used to say. Mrs. Mortimer didn't look at Peter or Jane as she led them to the door. Peter had been hoping she would just let them in and leave them to look round on their own, but she unlocked the door and walked in ahead of them. It was pleasantly light and clean inside, with a smell of fresh paint and furniture polish. Pale grey paint, spotless wooden floors, pine furniture, and tasteful seascapes on the walls. It all looked perfect. Mrs. Mortimer, wearing a black cardigan buttoned to the neck and a black knee-length skirt, ushered them into the gleaming kitchen. "It's a fully equipped kitchen, microwave, fridge-freezer, double oven, all the usual requirements," she said, with something like a smile twitching the side of her mouth as she ran her hand over the new granite worktop. "And this is the living room." She marched ahead of them. "Quite comfortable, I think you'll find." Jane looked around. She hadn't realised from the other side of the house just how close it was to the sea. A wide, low window looked out on a little strip of mown grass, enclosed by a dry stone wall, and beyond that was a sheer drop down to the sea, now a pearly grey expanse flecked with white and stretching out to the distant horizon. "Excellent! Excellent!" Peter bounded over to the window. "Just what we've been looking for, isn't it, Jane? Oh, will you look at that view? The sea's so close it feels just like we're sitting on a ship, but without all that queasy bobbing up and down." Jane felt her stomach clench with irritation. She hated it when he talked in that hearty way, trying to sound upbeat, what he called jollying you along. It never worked. To the right, the coastline curved a little, revealing a steep cliff with jagged black rocks below. "I think there's a little sandy beach just below the garden wall there," Peter said, "but it's almost high tide now, so we can't see it. There are some steps down, aren't there, Mrs. Mortimer?" She nodded. "Yes. Slippery, mind. You have to watch how you go. But it's private, you'll find. No one can get to it unless they use the steps from here. Just think, Jane, if we get a nice warm autumn, you'll be able to sit there and do your writing and sketching and have the beach all to yourself." Peter put his hand on the window catch. "May I open it for a moment?" "If you like," said Mrs. Mortimer. She was standing very still and upright, with her hands clasped in front of her. A blast of cold air and the quiet hiss of the waves came in as Peter opened the window. He leant out and breathed in noisily. "Come on, Jane, breathe in this air. Marvellous. This'll blow the city cobwebs away, all that salty spray, too. You can smell it in the air." Jane shivered. "It's rather cold. Shut the window, Peter." "Cold? Nonsense. Bracing, not cold. Anyway, we love it, Mrs. Mortimer. I think we'll take it. Won't we, Jane?" Jane stood up, her apathy replaced by annoyance. "Just a minute, Peter. We haven't even had a chance to discuss it yet." "What's to discuss? Come on, love. We'll not find another little gem to rent at this price. What a position. It's perfect." "I'm just thinking, it's a little bit remote, perhaps, so far from the road. It'd be okay when you're here, Peter. But what about when you're at work? Or away?" Peter turned to Mrs. Mortimer. "Ah, but Mrs. Mortimer, you'll be just the other side of the wall in the adjoining cottage, won't you?" She nodded, unclasping her hands. Jane noticed that her fingernails were painted a vivid shade of crimson. "Of course.
I'll keep an eye on her, don't you worry."
Jane felt she might scream, but kept it in check.
"I am here in the room, you know," she said, "and I don't need anybody keeping an eye on me, thank you. It is a lovely house, yes, but I really don't want to be stranded in the back of beyond. I'll only agree to come here if I can come off the medication and have my own car."
Peter put his arm around her.
"It's okay, darling. We'll talk about that later."
"I've had interest from another couple."
Mrs. Mortimer was looking at her watch.
"You'll not have to delay too much in making a decision."
"Right," said Peter, raising a questioning eyebrow at Jane.
"Shall we have a quick look upstairs?"
Peter bounded ahead of Jane up the stairs leading to 2 bedrooms and a tiny all-white bathroom, spotless and newly furnished, with deeply sloping ceilings. Peter had to bend his tall frame to peer out of the window under the eaves.
"Jane, come and look at this. This is what we'll wake up to every morning."
Under the huge sky, the sea stretched out to the long, low horizon.
"Isn't this what you need, darling? Peace and quiet, complete rest and tranquility."
"How long for?" said Jane, sitting on the bed with its neat white bedspread.
"Well, how about we take it till December to start with? Then we can take stock, see how you're feeling."
There was a long silence. All her instincts were screaming no. The isolation, the weird woman, it didn't feel right. But she found herself nodding.
"Yes, all right then."
She came and stood beside Peter at the window, still gazing at the view.
"I'd better pop down and tell Mrs. M we're having it," he whispered.
When he'd gone, Jane stood a while and looked out of the window. She could hear Peter and Mrs. Mortimer's murmured conversation downstairs. She wondered if he was telling her about Angela, what he was saying. Just as she was turning to go back downstairs, Jane caught a flash of red at the bottom of the cliff, down among the rocks. It was the little girl. She saw clearly the child's blonde head bobbing about between the large boulders that littered the shore. The tide was coming in fast, the waves rippling over the rocks, swirling and crashing dangerously close to the child. She wore a red top, and her thin arms stretched wide as she balanced herself, jumping from rock to rock. Jane's heart was thumping. She'd have to alert someone before the little girl was cut off. Where on earth were her parents? She couldn't be much older than 7 or 8. "Peter!" She turned to call down the stairs. "Peter!" When she looked out again, there was no sign of the little girl. Jane ran down the stairs. Peter, always anxious and alert, was at her side.
"What's up?"
"I thought I saw... No, I did see... Oh, it's nothing."
She felt awkward and foolish. Peter was looking at her quizzically.
"Well, I've told Mrs. Mortimer we'll be here at least until Christmas. Maybe longer."
"It can be bleak here in the winter," said Mrs. Mortimer, still holding herself stiff and aloof. "As you know, it's 1/4 mile to the road, 3 to the village."
"Not a problem."
Peter beamed, rubbing his hands together.
"We'll make it cosy, won't we, Jane? Can't wait to get that log burner blazing away."
Mrs. Mortimer was at the door, holding it open for them.
"I'll be in touch about when we plan to move in," Peter said. "Probably Friday week, if that suits you."
"I dare say it will."
In the doorway, Jane paused.
"Mrs. Mortimer, do you live here on your own?"
"I do, unless you count my cat."
"It's just... well, I saw a little girl just now, playing on the rocks. I thought it might be your granddaughter visiting, perhaps."
"No, I don't have grandchildren."
"Oh, holiday makers on a walk, I expect. Although I didn't see adults with her. Or anyone. I was worried about her. Mrs. Mortimer's mouth tightened into a thin line. I doubt it. We don't get that many walkers along this particular stretch of coast. The old coastal path long since eroded away, and now there's far too many rocks and dangerous drops. Not good for walking. Oh, okay. Perhaps I just imagined it, Jane said, although she knew she hadn't. Yes. Mrs. Mortimer shut the door behind them and locked it with a firm click. She didn't say goodbye or turn to watch them as Peter started the engine and manoeuvred the car round from the gravelly patch outside the cottage. Jane glanced in the wing mirror and saw her marching back to her side of the house. What a peculiar woman, she said, as they bumped back up the track to the road. Peter laughed. Isn't she? I don't think she cracked her face into a smile once. And she's got a cat. Definitely a witch, Jane. Don't say that, snapped Jane. Not every eccentric woman with a thin face and a cat has to be a witch, Peter. It was people like you who got so many harmless old women burnt at the stake in the past, you know. I know. Just having a joke. You remember what those are, don't you? Jokes. She tried to ignore the put-down, but it stung. There was a hard lump in her throat as she felt the tears pricking her eyes, and she wanted to say, "Oh, sorry that losing my child has destroyed my sense of humour." But she was in no mood to start an argument. They drove on in silence. The sky had darkened and rain began to pelt against the windscreen. Peter turned on the wipers and they stared out at the empty road ahead. It was nearly 10 minutes before she spoke again. I did see her, Peter. The little girl in red. She was there. Chapter 2. The young people were noisy in the street below as they tumbled out of the club round the corner. The girls screeching, the boys bellowing and laughing. Freshers' Week, of course. Away from their parents for the first time, they all went a bit mad, Jane thought, sighing as she reached for her phone. Peter snored gently away next to her. It was 3 a.m, and in a few hours they would be leaving their flat in a side road not far from Gosforth High Street and heading up to Northumberland. The constant noise of the city was the main reason Peter decided they must move away for a while. It wasn't helping Jane's insomnia, he said. One night he found her in the early hours, curled up in a ball on the floor in Angela's room, with her fists over her ears, screaming there was a strange baby in the cot calling to her, a little boy with red hair, not Angela. "That settles it. We've got to get you away from here," Peter said. So the decision was made. They were letting their flat out to a Chinese couple, both doctors, that Peter had met through the university. A quietly spoken, smiling pair. They didn't look the types to throw wild parties and wreck the place. "But tell them not to use Angela's room," Jane told Peter. "I don't want anyone but us going in there, touching things, moving things." "They won't. I'll put a lock on the door if you insist, but honestly, Jane, there's no need to worry." There was a pause, and Jane knew what he was going to say next. "And darling, I hate to say this, but isn't it time we sorted it out, that room? It's been nearly 3 years and—" "No, and it's not been nearly 3 years, Peter. It's been 2 years, 5 months, and 6 days. Jane often sat in Angela's nursery, with its pale lemon walls, the Peter Rabbit frieze and the matching mobile hanging over the white-painted cot. Even though the pain it caused was almost too much to bear, Jane loved to hold the soft cot blanket close to her face and try to catch a remnant of Angela's sweet baby smell on it. All the soft toys sat in a neat row on the chest of drawers, as if waiting for her return. The shrieks and singing of the partygoers faded into the distance,
and only the faint rumble of occasional night traffic broke the silence. Jane fell into a restless sleep. She was standing still in the field beside the track that led to the cottage, with only its 2 tall chimneys in view. She was still wearing the oversized t-shirt she always slept in, and her feet were bare. Coming up the field ran the little blonde girl, stretching her arms out towards Jane. She came so close that Jane could see the sprinkling of freckles across her nose and the Minnie Mouse cartoon on the front of her red top. She smiled, and Jane noticed her 2 front teeth were missing. Jane smiled back and said, "I'm coming to live here for a while. I hope we can be friends." Then somehow they were sitting together on the doorstep of Nan's house in Durham, and the little girl had changed into Nan's old black dog Rex. He was licking her hand, and coming up the garden path was Peter, carrying Angela in his arms. She was smiling and clapping her chubby little hands, her dark curls bobbing, as Peter hurried towards them. He called out to Jane, "It's all right. Here she is. It was only a dream, you know. All just a bad dream." Not for the first time, Jane woke up with a lurch, wonderful, blissful relief sweeping over her. It had all been a horrible dream, and Angela was still in the room next door, lying safe and alive in her cot. Only she wasn't, and the unbearable living nightmare of reality quickly flooded back. In the cottage by the sea, the phone rang. Mrs. Mortimer put Aidan back in his cot, tutting. She had only just got him changed and brushed his soft dark hair. There was always some interruption. "Hello?" "Nigel Blackwood here, Mrs. Mortimer. Just wondered whether the new tenants are still arriving today." "They are, Mr. Blackwood. Mr. and Mrs. Eagle. All the paperwork is complete, and I have their deposit here." "Excellent. Efficient as ever. I'll pop by later this week to see if everything's okay. They seem like a nice couple, do they?" "Pleasant enough. There'll be no trouble, I'm sure, Mr. Blackwood." "Please, I keep telling you, call me Nigel." He laughed. Mrs. Mortimer didn't reply. "Yes, well, see you later this week, then." Mrs. Mortimer went back to the nursery and drew the curtains closed. She didn't want the new couple peering through the window, not that they would have any reason to come round this side of the house. They wouldn't understand about the babies. They were a strange pair, she thought. He was obviously much older than her, in his 50s at least, and her, well, she was probably older than she looked. How he fussed over her too, like she was a simple-minded child. She was a plumpish, sulky sort of lass, with all that thick, rusty red hair and a fresh face with not a lick of makeup on. The way she was going on about seeing a child playing on the rocks. "Well," she said to the cat, who sat on the windowsill staring unblinkingly at her, "we'll have to keep our eye on that one, won't we, Whiskey?" That first night in the cottage, Peter and Jane made love to the sound of the waves as they ebbed and flowed outside the open window. She found consolation and comfort in his arms, safety and solace, but pleasure and the old passion. No, it was still too soon for that. It had been one of those hazy, golden early autumn days, and even though their cases and cardboard boxes still cluttered the living room downstairs, Peter decided they must go for a walk while the weather was fine, and they drove to Craister and walked across the fields to the jagged ruins of Dunstable Castle. The sea was flat and still, a sheet of dazzling silver flashing in the bright sun. The fresh air brought a flush of colour to Jane's cheeks. They bought some smoky-smelling kippers for their supper. Jane felt something close to happiness again, although she still carried her sorrow around with her all the time, like a heavy stone. Now,
With Peter's head snuggled into her neck, she felt drowsy and ready to sleep.
Darling,
Peter whispered into her hair.
you do know I've got to go back to work next Monday, don't you? I should have been back 3 weeks ago, but Richard's been covering my lectures for me far too long, and I've got to get the new intake settled in.
Of course, I realise that. It'll be okay.
You won't be lonely all day? Bored?
It would be nice if you could leave me the car. Then at least I could take myself off to Alnwick or Berwick, maybe.
Peter sighed. Jane, I'd love to, but, well, I can't. You know you were told not to drive while you were on the medication. And even if you drove me up to the bus stop in the village, it would take at least a couple of hours to get to Newcastle. And the same coming home. I suppose I could let you have it occasionally, and I could get the train if you drove me to Alnmouth Station, but...
Oh, forget it. Jane rolled over with her back to him. Stupid idea.
Maybe we could think about getting you your own car, when you're well enough not to need medication.
We can't afford it. Not now I'm not working. Anyway, I'm tired now, Peter. I just want to go to sleep.
Yes, me too.
Jane lay still, listening to the quiet, rhythmic hiss of the sea. It was a mild night, so she'd left the bedroom window slightly ajar. Then there was another sound. It came from somewhere below the window. It sounded like someone crying, a whimpering sob. A child's crying. For a brief moment, the crying stopped, and just as Jane was thinking it must be an animal of some kind, perhaps Mrs. Mortimer's cat, it started again. Peter was already breathing the slow, heavy breath of sleep as Jane slipped out of bed and went to the window. The crying grew a little louder as she opened the window wide and looked out at the patch of grass below with its 2 garden chairs and picnic table, everything clear as day in the moonlight. She looked and looked. There was nothing. No one there. The crying stopped, and the only noise to break the silence of night was the sound of the sea. Jane closed the window and went back to bed, wondering if she was going out of her mind again. When she woke in the early hours, she tried to tell herself what she'd heard had been part of a dream. Later, as she sat in bed sipping the tea Peter had brought up to her and looking out at the golden sun rising over the sea, she contemplated telling him what had happened, but decided against it. Too often she'd seen that look in his eyes, that look of pity and concern mingled with exasperation, and more often than not followed by his soothing reassurances. These imaginings were just another symptom of her illness, and would pass in time. She'd been in the cottage over 2 weeks now, and Peter was back at work. Ever since she heard the crying, she'd suffered insomnia every night, lying awake till dawn, straining her ears, expecting to hear it again. But she didn't. And then, when she did fall asleep, there were the dreams where Angela was still alive and well. The days were better. At first, she was getting to like the solitude. She liked opening the bedroom curtains every morning and looking out at the sea and sky. She liked the seaweed smell at low tide, reminding her of seaside holidays with Nan when she was a child. But now the weather was turning murky and damp, and time began to drag. This morning, she couldn't even see beyond the stone wall for the wet blanket of mist. There was nothing but greyness. Getting into a routine, that was the important thing, Peter said. Find things to do. She made herself a coffee, carried it into the living room, opened the curtains. She flipped open her laptop and went to her emails, hoping to find a response from Susie. Good, the connection was okay today. Peter told her Mrs. Mortimer had warned him how the internet connection was sometimes dodgy, as was the mobile phone signal.
It was something to do with where the cottage was situated, in a dip.
Would you believe old Morticia next door is a bit of a techie? We had quite a little discussion about stuff. She gets everything online, he said.
I know. I've seen the delivery vans bumping down the track a few times already, Jane said. And it's not just groceries either. Goodness knows what she's buying. So far, Mrs. Mortimer had kept her distance. They'd opted to do their own cleaning and laundry, a service that Mrs. Mortimer would normally come in and perform once a week, but as they were going to be staying much longer than the usual holidaymakers, and there were plenty of cleaning materials, a washing machine and spare bed linen and towels, Jane was more than happy to do it herself and avoid a weekly intrusion. She'd sent Susie 3 or 4 chatty emails and tried to ring her twice, but there was no response. Of course, they would be busy in the office, with it being the start of the academic year and all the new students' data to be processed. But she did miss Susie. Susie was the sister Jane never had but always wanted. She worked alongside Jane in the university admin office. She was nearly 10 years older than Jane, but one of those strong, wise women, motherly but not smothering, a woman who was warm and listened rather than talked. When Jane's world fell apart, when she lost Angela, Susie was there for her, not offering advice or platitudes, just there. By the afternoon, there was still no reply to her emails. Jane got out her phone, tapped the office number, and asked for Susie's extension. "Hello, Susie Shaw, can I help you?" Excited to hear her voice, Jane plumped herself down on the sofa, hugging the phone to her ear. "Susie, thank God I've got you at last. It's me, Jane." "Oh, hi, Jane. Is everything all right?" She sounded a bit different, Jane thought. A bit strained. "Oh, yes, fine. You know we've moved up to Northumberland for a month or 2, don't you?" "Yes, you told me. How's it going? How are you?" "Oh, getting better, I think. Just a bit bored. Missing work. Missing you. Is it busy there?" "Frantic. But listen, you need to forget about work and concentrate on getting well. Enjoy the peace and quiet. I bet it's lovely there." "Yes, it's lovely. It's right on the coast, practically on the beach. Nothing to look out on but the North Sea in all its grey hugeness." "Right. What are you doing all day? Done any painting? Started writing that novel yet?" Jane laughed. "No, I can't seem to settle for anything. I go for long walks, read books, that sort of thing. And now the weather's getting worse. We get this mist, this damp sea fret, and it gets cold sometimes, so cold. I can't seem to warm myself up." "So, Jane, was there anything in particular you wanted to—" No, not really. I just wanted to talk to someone friendly." "Is it really that remote there? No neighbours you can talk to?" "Well, there's this odd woman next door." "Odd? How?" "I can't say exactly. Just odd. Think Mrs. Danvers in Rebecca. Really creepy." "Oh dear." "I haven't seen much of Peter at work lately. How is he?" "Still treating me like a baby. He's back at work now. You'll probably bump into him sometime. And Susie, I've not been sleeping that well. It's these dreams. I dreamed that Angela is... Look, Susie, you couldn't come up for a visit sometime, could you? I'd love to see you, hear all the work gossip." There was a bit of a pause on the line. Jane wondered for a moment if the phone had gone dead. "Jane, I'd love to, but like I told you, it's so busy here. Mike and I hardly see each other all week, and the weekends are a bit precious. I'm absolutely knackered by Friday. You know how it is." "Yes, I understand. I remember what it was like. Pressure. Maybe when things calm down a bit, yeah? Sure, no problem. It's okay. Ring me when you're not so busy, though." "Will do. Sorry. Got to go. There's a queue of students waiting."
Okay, thanks. Bye. Oh, and Susie?
There was a click as Susie hung up. Jane hugged her phone to her chest. Something had changed between her and Susie, and she felt a sinking sensation inside. Someone behind her coughed. Jane gasped, and her phone clattered to the wooden floor. She swung round to see Mrs. Mortimer standing at the living room door, still as a statue, ramrod straight, with her hands folded together in front of her.
Oh my God, Mrs. Mortimer, you gave me such a fright. How long have you been standing there?
Long enough. Her face was blank as a white mask. Jane's heart lurched with horror when she recalled her conversation with Susie. Mrs. Mortimer must have heard every word.
Oh no, how embarrassing. Look, the stuff I said about Mrs. Danvers.
I've never heard of the woman. Friend of yours, is she?
Yes, that's right. A friend. Did you want something?
No. Your husband asked me to call in on you. He's concerned that you've not been sleeping well?
I haven't. Honestly, Mrs. Mortimer, I'm very grateful for your concern, but I really don't need checking up on. And I would prefer it if you didn't just creep in like that, or eavesdrop on my private conversations.
Mrs. Mortimer pulled up her shoulders. I can assure you, Mrs. Eagle, I don't creep anywhere. I came in through the door, and I have better things to do than listen to your chit-chat. Despite her frosty tone, her voice was low and calm.
I didn't know you had a key.
Of course I have a key. I'm the appointed caretaker of this property.
Well, another time I would prefer it if you knocked first, please.
If you say so. She walked over to the window. I'll close the curtains for you, shall I? There's a thick fog rolling in. Makes the place dark as night.
No, leave them, please.
Jane jumped up and stood beside Mrs. Mortimer. She didn't want her touching anything.
I am capable of drawing the curtains myself.
There was an icy silence as the two women stood together by the window. Jane heard a little gulping sob coming from somewhere outside in the fog. Then another.
Oh, listen. That sound.
Mrs. Mortimer put her head on one side, listening. Sound? What sound?
It's a child crying. Surely you can hear it.
She stared out of the window but could see nothing out there but a ragged grey mist. You'll not be used to the sounds of nature here, Mrs. Mortimer said. That'll be the wind, or the gulls. They make a noise people tell me sounds just like a baby crying.
No, I do know the difference between a seagull and a child's cry. And that is a child's voice, not a baby's. Listen.
Mrs. Mortimer frowned.
I can't hear anything.
But then, I've never had children myself, so I'm not familiar with how they sound. Jane stepped towards Mrs. Mortimer, suddenly feeling guilty that she'd spoken to her so sharply.
But I am familiar with a baby's cry, Mrs. Mortimer, she said, softening her voice. My daughter, Angela.
Or? The older woman raised a quizzical eyebrow. Your husband gave me to understand you were a childless couple.
We are. Yes. Childless. We lost her 2 years ago. She wasn't quite 2. It was sepsis. Very sudden.
There was an awkward silence. The crying sound had stopped. Jane waited for the response she'd come to expect when she told strangers about Angela, the rearranging of their face into an appropriate expression of sadness and concern, perhaps a gentle pat on the hand, a few fumbling words of sympathy. But from Mrs. Mortimer, there was nothing. Nothing at all. I'm sorry to hear that, I'm sure, was all she said. Anyway, if you're quite certain there's nothing you need, she added briskly.
No, thank you, no.
Mrs. Mortimer left as swiftly and silently as she'd arrived. Shivering, Jane sat for a while on the sofa, hugging the big red cushion for comfort and trying to make sense of what had just happened. She ought to be laying the fire. It had turned so cold. Someone was tapping at the window. A soft but persistent tap. Tap. Tap, tap. A pause. Tap. Tap, tap. Had Peter come home early? Forgotten his door key? Oh no, not Mrs. Mortimer again. She turned and jumped to her feet. A little girl's small white face pressed up against the glass, staring straight at Jane. Chapter 3. Cats, Mrs. Mortimer decided, were easier to understand than people. You knew where you were with cats. Whiskey always made it quite plain when he wanted to go out or come in or be fed. There were times, of course, when he took her by surprise. He could be purring on her lap one moment, and then, for no accountable reason, would suddenly turn and bite or scratch her hand before stalking off with his tail in the air. But on the whole, she preferred his company to the effort of trying to make sense of the puzzling behaviour of humans. Her next door, for instance. What had she meant describing her as odd and creepy? It didn't make any sense. And then that business about hearing a child crying. Oh well, the husband seemed a straightforward sort, and he told her his wife had been ill. Mental health issues, he said. Well, that was what they called it these days. Not right in the head was what she would have called it. She glanced at her watch. She liked her day to follow a regular timetable. Routine made her feel safe, comfortable. Now it was 4 o'clock, time for a cup of tea and a sit down in front of the TV. A nice quiz show, perhaps, or one of those programmes where they take people house hunting and have a good nose around. She would put the kettle on, then pop into the nursery and decide which of the bairns she would have on her lap while she watched TV. It was one of her favourite times of the day. Cuddling a baby, rocking its soft body and feeling its weight in her arms, was soothing to the spirit. But as she went into the kitchen for the kettle and glanced out of the window, she heard a woman's voice shouting, "Come back! Come back!" and a figure flashed past and vanished into the mist. She recognised the flying red hair and the stripy jumper. It was her next door. Whatever could be the matter now? Peggy Mortimer banged the kettle back down and went to the kitchen door. "Mrs. Eagle? Is there something wrong? Are you all right?" she called out. Jane appeared, her hair wild, her face flushed. "She knocked at the window, Mrs. Mortimer. I saw her. That little girl again, the same one I saw on the rocks. I wanted to see where she went, but she's just vanished. Could she, do you think, be from the farm at the top of the track? Do they have children?" "Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong at the farm have no children. Well, they have 2 sons, but both the lads are in their early 20s, I'd say." "Could they perhaps have visitors with a child?" "I really couldn't say, I'm sure." Jane waved her hands in frustration. "But Mrs. Mortimer, she really shouldn't be wandering around here on her own. I'm quite worried. She seemed to be wanting to get my attention, but then she ran away. Should we not tell someone? Do you have the phone number for the farm?" A light but persistent drizzle began to fall out of the grey sky. "No, I do not," said Mrs. Mortimer. "I suggest you get back into the house, Mrs. Eagle, or you'll get wet." She shut the door with a firm click and turned her back. "Not right, that one," she muttered to Whiskey, who was waiting by his food bowl. "I'll feed you in a minute. I'll just put the kettle on, then see to the bairns. I think it's Lily's turn today." She tutted, still irritated by the interruption.
Now she's made me miss 10 minutes of escape to the country.
In the cottage, Jane paced up and down, her hands tucked under her armpits. They were as cold as ice, and she couldn't seem to get warm, even with the central heating switched up to maximum. Outside, the mist wrapped around everything, like a damp grey shroud. Jane felt as if the house could be floating in space, in nothingness, with no landmarks visible. She picked up her phone to ring Peter, then put it down again. He was probably driving home right now. What would she tell him first? About Susie being distant with her on the phone, Mrs. Mortimer coming in the house, her cold reaction when she told her about Angela, the child tapping at the window. He was late arriving, held up by a staff meeting and heavy traffic, and then the fog as he came closer to the cottage. It was already growing dark as summer finally faded into autumn. It was obvious he'd had a trying day, so Jane resisted the urge to fly into his arms. She stayed calm and went into the kitchen to make him a cup of tea. She called to him. "Peter, could you light the log burner? It's so cold." "Really?" he said. "It's like an oven in here." As Peter screwed up the twists of newspaper to start the fire, Jane sat on the sofa, hugging the big red cushion, and told him about the day's events. Peter, being a scientist, always tried to find a logical explanation to everything. "I'm not surprised Susie sounded stressed. I had to go into the admin office today and it was totally mad. They've got 2 people off sick and the paperwork is getting ridiculous these days. I didn't see Susie, though." And when she told him about Mrs. Mortimer and her "friend of yours, is she?" remark when Jane mentioned Mrs. Danvers, he chuckled heartily. "Hilarious. I can see what you mean. I remember that film was one of my mother's favourites. Hitchcock, wasn't it? Laurence Olivier was Maxim de Winter."
Yes, but when I told Mrs. Mortimer about Angela, she was... well, she didn't react at all. I've never met anyone so devoid of any human emotion. It's scary.
Peter, squatting in front of the stove, held a match to the paper and kindling, and the flames roared up, licking round the logs as he wedged them in. "There you are now, Jane," he said, beaming with satisfaction. "Haven't lost my old Boy Scouting skills. Come and warm yourself." Jane stood in front of the fire, holding out her hands, but the warmth didn't seem to touch the chill deep inside her. "You know, I think I've worked out what it is with old Morticia next door. The signs are all there. It's obvious. She's an Aspie," Peter said. "What?" "Asperger's syndrome. High-functioning autism. Although these days I believe we're supposed to call it neurologically atypical. It's a bit of a cliché that Asperger's people are good at maths and physics, but I've had more than a few students with it, so I do recognise it. The problems with social interaction, the apparent difficulty with empathy and understanding the social norms."
Or she could just be a cold-hearted, buttoned-up bitch, Jane said.
Peter smiled and sat down on the sofa, sipping his tea. "Shall I do the supper if you're feeling tired?" he said. "Macaroni cheese, okay? I think we'll have to do a big shop on Saturday. There's not much in the fridge."
"Peter, I saw her again. The little girl. This time she tapped at the window, right there. I saw her face pressed up against the glass, staring at me. She looked scared, desperate. I tried to run out after her, but she vanished."
"Ah," he said.
"What do you mean, ah?"
"Darling, have you considered the possibility that—"
"What possibility?"
"That there is no little girl.
The things you've seen and heard are part of your illness. You're having another acute episode, perhaps?"
No. It was real."
"To you? Yes, I'm not denying that. But the voices, the hallucinations, they're not new to you, are they?"
Remember that little boy you swore you saw in Angela's cot?"
"I don't want to talk about that," she said stiffly, and walked off to the kitchen. After their supper, Peter said he was shattered and went up to bed, leaving Jane sitting beside the glowing remains of the logs. It was quiet as the grave outside, even the constant sound of the sea just a muffled rumble. Peter came stamping downstairs in his dressing gown, stopping halfway. He was holding something.
"Jane," he said, waving a small packet in his hand. "I just found these in the bathroom waste bin. Explain."
"My Risperdal tablets," she said. "What about it?"
"They're all still in here. The tablets. You haven't been taking them, have you?"
"No. I don't want to take them anymore, Peter."
He sighed and flung the packet down at her feet. "Well, that explains it then, doesn't it? The hallucinations. Honestly, Jane, you can't just take yourself off antipsychotic medication like that. You at least should have discussed it with the doctor."
"Why? They make me feel half dead, sleepy, lethargic. I can't be bothered to do anything, and I've gained too much weight. I don't feel like me anymore. Anyway, I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions."
"Jane, you had a diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. It's serious stuff."
"You know I don't agree with that diagnosis. They said the brain scans were inconclusive, if you remember. I am not schizophrenic, Peter. And I don't need medication or lectures from you."
"Oh, please yourself," he said, turning back upstairs. At the top, he called back down to her. "Just don't blame me when you find yourself back in St. Nick's." Jane lay awake that night, her heart pounding, her stomach churning. Was she really sliding back down into that dark place again? She was trying to remember what happened in those terrible days leading up to her being admitted to hospital last summer, but it was all a blur. And it wasn't the first time. It started about 8 months after losing Angela. She had tried going back to work, but was constantly bursting into tears and being sent home. Then there was the sleepwalking. Peter said he would find her in Angela's bedroom, wandering round and round, touching things, opening and closing drawers. He would guide her back to bed, and in the morning, she remembered nothing about it. Or she suddenly woke in the dark depths of the night, hearing Angela calling for her. Once she lashed out and punched Peter hard on the jaw when he tried to stop her getting up to go to the nursery. She didn't remember that either, or much about the day that led up to the first time she landed up in hospital. It was their lunch hour, and she and Susie were walking through the Eldon Centre. It was 3 weeks before Christmas, and everywhere was packed with shoppers. Susie went into Boots, and Jane said she'd have a sit-down outside and wait for her, as she was feeling a bit wobbly. Jane did remember that bit, feeling dizzy amidst all the sparkling decorations, the surging crowds, and a brass band booming out carols nearby. And then she heard Angela's voice, loud and clear, shouting, "Mummy! Mummy!" She knew, without a doubt, it was Angela calling for her from that buggy being pushed by a young woman with a scraped-up ponytail just in front of where she sat. Of course. It was obvious that Angela wasn't dead at all. She'd been kidnapped. And that was the last thing she recalled. Apparently, according to Susie's account, Jane lunged through the crowd after the woman, screaming, "That's my baby! My Angela! Give her back!" She'd tried to grab the child out of the buggy. Susie came out of the shop to see Jane on the ground being held down, thrashing and shouting, by a huddle of people. What happened after that, she didn't know, only that she'd struggled back through a nightmarish fog of confusion to wake up in a hospital bed not knowing who she was or where she was or why she was there or why there were bars on the window.
She didn't even know who that middle-aged man was sitting next to her bed, holding her hand and telling her it was all going to be all right. Now, as she lay staring at the low sloping ceiling of their bedroom, she heard Peter stir beside her, and his arm reached out for her. "I'm sorry, darling," he mumbled sleepily. "I just worry about you so much. I just want you to be well. You do know that, don't you?"
"Of course I do," she said, nestling against the comfort of his warm body.
For the next few days, the mist dissolved and the skies cleared, the sea smooth and silver under a watery sun. Jane didn't see Mrs. Mortimer, and there was no more sign of the child, no more tapping on the window. All the same, Jane took to sitting in the kitchen, well away from the large sitting-room window, flipping through magazines without taking in a word, drinking coffee. And she was still cold. Saturday arrived, sunny but breezy, and although Peter had a load of paperwork and his big research paper to edit, he and Jane drove to the nearest town, Alnwick. They did a supermarket shop, wandered round the busy main street, browsed the market stalls in the square, had lunch in an old-fashioned cafe. Jane began to feel almost happy and relaxed, and for the first time since they left Newcastle, warm. The icy feeling in her bones began to melt as she sipped her soup, and she felt her mood lighten with the movement and nearness of people, the sound of voices. She liked the awareness of normal life going on around her, and in the street, normal people going about their ordinary business. Peter said, "Jane, when are you going to start doing your painting and drawing again? I think it would do you the world of good." "I was thinking of that. I left all my paints and brushes and stuff back at the flat, though." "Well, I'll give Dr. Tan a ring, shall I? Ask if I can drop by the flat on the way home next week and pick up whatever you need. I was thinking of calling in anyway to collect my telescope. I can't think why I didn't pack it in the first place. The Northumberland skies are so much clearer and better for looking at the stars than in town."
"Yes, good idea. I'd love to try to capture the colours of the sea. It's amazing how it changes from hour to hour, almost black one moment, gunmetal grey the next, then pearly turquoise. It's almost mystical, like the sea has moods and emotions of its own."
It's just reflecting the sky colour, you know."
"You scientists!"
Jane laughed. Peter put his hand over hers. It was the first time he'd seen her smile in a while, and he loved it, even though she was teasing him. A couple, a young man and woman, came in the cafe and sat at the table next to them. The woman was carrying a child, a little girl, a toddler. Peter threw Jane an anxious glance as they settled their child in a high chair. The girl was babbling happily and pointing her chubby finger at the mock antique horse brasses and pans and blue and white china plates on the wall. "Darling," Peter whispered, "shall we pay up and go?"
"It's all right," she said, pushing the half-finished soup away.
In the first year after losing Angela, Jane couldn't bear the sight of other little children. It wasn't just sorrow, it was plain raw anger and jealousy. Why did those people have their child, and she didn't? But she was getting better at coping with it. The counsellor had talked to her about not trying to fight those feelings, not blaming or hating herself for having them, but just acknowledging them and letting them pass.
"I can't go on forever avoiding children," she said. "I'm learning to live with it."
Peter nodded. "That's good. Shall we head back?"
"No. Let's make a day of it. Go somewhere else?"
Just thinking of being back in the cottage made Jane shiver. They headed for the second-hand bookshop housed in the town's former railway station, and somewhere they'd often driven out to visit in their early married days. Jane loved books. They were like friends. They had always been her escape and comfort in troubled times. She felt relaxed and calm wandering between the packed shelves, gentle classical music playing in the background. While Peter pottered in the science section, Jane browsed the classic literature, Jane Austen, the Brontes, all her favourites. She had most of them already, but her Wuthering Heights had fallen apart, so she found a new copy, bought it, and settled herself in front of the cosy coal fire at the front of the shop. "You look comfy there," said Peter, holding an arm full of astronomy books. "I've just got to pop back into town a minute. A couple of things I need. I'll bring the car back up here in half an hour. Okay?" Jane nodded, engrossed all over again in Cathy and Heathcliff and the wild, windy moors. When he came back, Peter handed her a bag. "Present to keep you going till I fetch your paints," he said. Jane waited until they were driving back up the coast before opening the bag. Inside was a sketch pad and a large box of oil pastels. "I think I shall like experimenting with these," Jane said, running her fingers over the neat rows of coloured sticks. "I've never really tried, but I know you can get some wonderful effects with pastels, and not half as messy as paints. No brushes to clean either." "Great," Peter smiled. Seeing Jane happy made his spirits soar. Things were going to get better from now on, he was sure. Chapter 4. It was going to be a wild, windy day. The sea was heaving and frothing and flecked with white spray, but that Sunday morning Peggy Mortimer was feeling quite comfortable. Nothing untoward had so far disturbed her morning rituals. The washing and dressing, always in something clean and always something plain and black, applying the makeup to obliterate the old woman's face that the mirror reflected, brushing and twisting her hair into its tight knot, making tea and toast, seeing to the bairns, feeding whiskey. As long as everything was in its place, in the right order and as it should be, she was content. She hadn't much liked the cottage when Eric brought her here back in 1980. She felt then, and still did, that the world outside the window was too big, too wild, that she was living on the edge of the universe, and if she ventured too far, she might fall off into a terrifying void. But if she was safe inside, the door closed and her familiar things around her, all was well. It was so much easier now. With technology, she never needed to go out. She could get everything she wanted online. In fact, she'd been very busy on eBay and was expecting a parcel to arrive tomorrow. She would carefully wash up her breakfast things and put them away, then she would go out and put some washing on the line. She hoped she wouldn't have to bump into her next door. That was the only fly in the ointment. Her life would be more or less perfect, she thought, if it wasn't for the people who came to the other side of the cottage. Since Miss Blackwood left and it became a holiday rental, she'd seen all sorts. Rowdy parties, nosy Parkers forever knocking on her door, wanting to know this and that, people with teenage children shouting and drinking and carrying on at all hours. But mostly they were quiet types, walkers, bird watchers, just there for a few days, then gone. And the Americans, who came every summer, she didn't mind them too much. But most of all, she wished Miss Blackwood was still there, Miss Blackwood as she was before the dementia set in. She had been the ideal neighbour in those early days. They understood each other, looked out for each other. That was until she started to go round the bend. Mrs. Mortimer often felt she was the only sane person in the world. As she came out of her porch with her washing basket on her hip, him next door came out. 9 o'clock and still in his dressing gown. He was holding an empty milk carton in one hand and gave her one of his bright and breezy waves.
Ah, good morning, Mrs. Mortimer. We seem to have run out of milk. You haven't got any to spare by any chance. Just enough for 2 cups of tea.
I haven't, she replied briskly as she struggled with the wind to peg out the flapping sheets on the rotary dryer. If you go up to the farm, they'll have milk there to sell you. And eggs, you'll find.
Ah, right. Yes, we'll do that. Nice morning for a bracing walk. A bit on the windy side today, isn't it?
But she'd already gone back inside. That was the trouble with people. Always wanting something from you, always wanting a chat. She didn't know how to chat, unless it was to whiskey, or the bairns. And thank the Lord, they never bothered her by chatting back. Peter said he would drive up the track to the farm, but Jane said no, she needed the walk, and she wanted to talk to the people who lived there. Now, with a bitter east wind roaring in off the sea, tugging at her duffel coat and whipping her hair into an untamed mess, she wished they'd taken the car. The rutted track was an uphill slope, and the straggly little trees by the side were permanently bent inland from the wind's relentless battering, their last few withered leaves torn away.
I bet that mean old crone had plenty of milk,
Jane muttered, but the noise of the wind carried her voice away, and Peter was striding on ahead. She really hoped he wouldn't make his usual remark about blowing the cobwebs away. It was a square, plain old farmhouse, built of solid grey stone, unadorned by trees or plants, and surrounded by a jumble of barns and outbuildings. They picked their way across the yard, which was, as Jane's nan used to say, all claggy with clarts, big lumps of wet mud and manure. They were wondering whether to knock at the front door or go round the back when a figure with a spanner in his hand emerged from behind a tractor. A young man wearing mud-spattered overalls and a beanie hat pulled down to his brow. He was friendly enough as Peter inquired about the milk.
"Ma'am'll sort you out,"
he said, and led them round the back of the house. Mrs. Armstrong was a weather-beaten woman in mud-encrusted Wellingtons and a green-padded gilet. She was busy in the backyard, wrestling with a roll of chicken wire.
"Got to repair the fence," she said. "There was a fox prowling round the hen house last night. Tom got it with his shotgun, though. Didn't you, Tom?"
Her son nodded in the direction of a tangle of matted blood and auburn fur spread out on top of the coal bunker. Jane shivered. Mrs. Armstrong wiped her hands on her jeans.
"It'll be raw milk we sell you," she said. "Is that all right? Better for you than the pasteurised stuff, they reckon."
Peter said it was fine, and they'd have a dozen eggs, too.
"I'll make you one of my special omelettes, Jane," he said,
and followed Tom Armstrong into a nearby outhouse to collect the goods and pay. Once he was out of earshot, Jane said,
"Mrs. Armstrong, I was wondering, well, we're staying at the cottage down the lane and—"
"Oh, aye, 2 chimneys. Mind, some of the locals still call it Miss Blackwood's house. She used to live there, years ago. Mad as a box of frogs, she was. It's been done up lovely, I've heard."
"Yes, it is lovely. But I just wanted to ask you something. I've noticed a little girl, about 6 or 7, with blonde hair, running around on the rocks and even in the field behind. She tapped at the window the other day, then ran away. I was worried about her. You don't know who she is or where she comes from, do you? Are there any children living nearby?"
Mrs. Armstrong frowned.
"No, I'm afraid I don't know who that could be. There are a few children living in the village, but that's a couple of miles away. We do a bit of B&B in the summer, and sometimes they have kids with them, but not often. And we haven't had any children here this year at all. Sorry, I can't help you there."
"Oh, OK. Maybe it was someone visiting Mrs. Mortimer, although I did ask her and she said no."
There was a bit of a pause. Mrs. Armstrong gave a wry little smile.
"Mrs. Mortimer having visitors? I don't think so."
"OK, well, never mind,"
Jane said. Peter came out of the barn, a bulging plastic bag in his arms.
"Oh, before you go," said Mrs. Armstrong, "I nearly forgot. The postie left a parcel here yesterday for Mrs. Mortimer. He doesn't like going down that track if he can help it. Says it knackers the van's suspension. I was going to ask Tom to drop it off, but—"
"That's fine, no problem. We'll take it down for her," Peter said.
Mrs. Armstrong went back in the house and came out with a brown paper package in her arms. "It's a bit on the bulky side, I'm afraid," she said, and the postie said to apologise to Mrs. Mortimer. The wrappings got a bit torn in the post. "I'll carry it," Jane said. "Peter, you've got enough to handle with the milk and stuff." It was a large parcel, filling Jane's arms. It felt soft and squishy. The brown paper wrapping crackled as she squeezed it gently.
"Well, that was all a bit cold comfort farm, wasn't it?" Peter said, closing the 5-bar gate behind them. "Dead foxes, shotguns, and mud. Probably something nasty in the woodshed, too."
This time, the wind was blowing fiercely against them as they struggled back down the track, Peter hugging the milk and eggs in their plastic bag close, but at least it was downhill. The tear in the corner of the parcel seemed to be getting worse. Jane lifted the flap of paper, telling herself she was just trying to tuck it in, but really she couldn't resist having a quick peep at the contents. It seemed to be something knitted, pale pink. She gave it a gentle tug, and a tiny cardigan sleeve peeped out. Jane probed a bit more, being careful not to make the tear any bigger. They were all baby clothes, dozens of items. Sleep suits, bonnets, a frilly summer dress with butterflies on, and more, which she couldn't see without ripping the parcel even more. Peter had marched on ahead, not noticing that Jane had stopped in her tracks. "Peter," she called, "will you come and have a look at this?" He stomped back to her, annoyed. "Jane, what are you doing? You can't go poking around in somebody else's parcel." "I couldn't help it. It was sort of spilling out of the package. Peter, it's baby clothes. Why on earth do you think Morticia is buying this stuff?"
"I don't know. She's probably got a relative who's just had a baby. There's really no need to make such a mystery out of everything. And we should mind our own business."
"You mean I should mind my own business?" she muttered. As the 2 tall chimney pots reared up over the horizon, Jane couldn't stop thinking about the parcel and its contents. And then there was the little girl. She had been hoping Mrs. Armstrong would say, "Oh yes, that's little so-and-so, she's always playing around here." Now she felt a shiver of apprehension that something was not right. Not right at all. And most terrifying of all, what if there was no girl at all, and she really was losing her mind all over again? Peter patched up the torn wrapping with sticky tape when they got in and took it straight round to Mrs. Mortimer's.
"I don't think there's any need for me to tell her about it getting damaged," he told Jane.
He wasn't gone long. "I don't suppose you got a thank you, let alone an invitation to come in and have a cup of tea," Jane said.
"No, you're right. She snatched it out of my hands pretty quickly. But she did thank me, I think."
"Much obliged, I'm sure," he said, chuckling at his own impersonation of the woman's clipped way of speaking. The low roar of the wind and the restless crashing of waves on the rocks below the house were making Jane unsettled all that afternoon. She picked up the pastels and put them down again after a half-hearted attempt to capture the sea's colour and movement. She flicked through the pages of her book, the familiar story, but couldn't take in a word. Peter was working on a presentation upstairs in the spare bedroom, which he now used as his office. The daylight was already starting to fade as Jane went into the kitchen, thinking she might make tea. Although she didn't really want any, it would give her something to do. She looked up the track.
The wind was still bending the grass in the field almost flat, and little groups of forlorn sheep huddled against the hedgerows. She took a mug of tea up to Peter, sitting at his laptop, lost in his work amid a chaos of books and paper. The noise of the wind seemed to be softening as she perched on the stool at the breakfast bar, sipping her tea. It was so quiet she could hear the ticking of the kitchen clock. And then another sound, a scrabbling, scratchy noise outside the kitchen window. Must be that cat on the windowsill again, she thought. But it wasn't. There was two things, small and pink, moving about on the window ledge outside. It looked like 2 rows of little blobs. It was hard to make out in the dim light. She got up and went to the window, leaning over the sink to look. There were fingertips, 2 small hands clinging to the ledge. She could see the pearly fingernails turning white with the effort of holding on. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. She leant closer, her nose almost touching the window pane. And just as she did so, a face reared up in front of her, just inches behind the glass. It was the little girl, her face deathly white, eyes like 2 sunken hollows, mouth wide open in a silent scream, ropes of fair hair fluttering and whirling around her head. Jane shrieked. She reeled back from the window, crashing into the stool, sending it clattering to the floor. She steadied herself, looked back at the window, her heart banging in her chest. The face had gone. Peter was there in an instant, holding her, soothing her, trying to understand her garbled words.
She was there, at the window. I swear it.
There's no one at the window, Jane. I'll go and have a look round outside if you like. If there was anyone there, they won't have got far.
What do you mean? If there was anyone there, I saw her, plain as I'm seeing you now.
Peter was back within a minute.
There's not a soul around out there.
She sat on the sofa, hugging the cushion, trembling violently. Her breath came in fast, shallow gasps.
You're in shock, darling, said Peter.
He fetched the duvet from upstairs and wrapped it round her.
I'll make you some more tea with sugar in.
I don't want tea. I feel sick. Light the fire, Peter. I'm frozen.
It took a while to get the fire going, but its comforting blaze helped a little, and she began to breathe more easily.
I just don't understand what's happening, she said,
her head in her hands. Peter took her icy hands in his.
Okay, let's just think about this logically, shall we? The first explanation is that she isn't there at all. She is a hallucination, a very real hallucination, but nonetheless a product of your imagination.
We've been through this before, Jane said wearily. I am not going back to the doctor. I do not have schizophrenia, and I won't be turned into a drug-addled zombie.
I accept that. But you have to admit you do have an amazing imagination, Jane. It's one of the things I love about you.
Didn't you once tell me Einstein said that imagination was more important than knowledge?
Yes. Well remembered, darling,
Peter said. So even scientists should sometimes consider things that seem impossible.
Peter smiled. That's a very profound thought. I might just use that in my next lecture.
Jane felt as if she'd been given a patronising pat on the head.
But you know, Peter continued, I think I may have sussed out what lies behind this particular vision, or whatever you want to call it.
Tell me.
There's a condition called hypnagogia. It happens when you're a bit sleepy, but not actually asleep, and you have a dream. Dreaming while you're awake, in other words. Sometimes it's as if you're getting vivid flashbacks of dreams you've had before.
That's weird. I wasn't aware of feeling sleepy any of the times I've seen her.
No, well, the brain is a complex and wonderful thing. There's so much about its functioning we still don't understand. And there's something else I've thought of, too. Peter picked up the book Jane had bought the day before and waved it in front of her. You've been reading this again, right? Wuthering Heights? Ghostly Cathy at the window, tapping away, wanting Heathcliff to let her in. Maybe that's what triggered your dream.
Yes, I get what you're saying. I suppose you could be right.
And of course, there's Angela. Jane stiffened.
What do you mean, there's Angela? This has nothing to do with Angela. Nothing at all.
Well, the little girl, God knows never a day goes by when I don't think of Angela. Wonder what she would be like now, if she was still with us.
No! The girl I see is not Angela. Do you think I wouldn't recognise my own child if I saw her again? Angela would have been 4 years old now. This child is older than that, 6 or 7 at least, and she has straight blonde hair. Angela's hair was curly and dark brown. Don't you remember her lovely hair? How it bounced when she ran. The chestnut glints in it when the sun shone.
Peter took her in his arms and held her close as she sobbed. Jane, I think perhaps we should leave here. Look for somewhere else to stay. Somewhere with people and shops and more things for you to do. There's obviously something not right about this place.
Through her tears, Jane nodded. Yes, let's leave. Soon.
We can't go back to the flat yet, but we could find somewhere else to stay. Next morning, Jane woke later than usual. She had slept surprisingly well, deeply and without dreams. Peter was just beginning to stir next to her.
Peter! Oh, God, we've overslept. Shouldn't you be at work?
It's okay, he mumbled, turning over to face her, gently moving a strand of hair from her cheek. I forgot to tell you, I'm taking today off. I don't want to leave you on your own after yesterday. I haven't got any lectures and I can work from home. Just as well. I had a bit of a restless night. Didn't get much sleep.
Okay. I'll go down and make tea, shall I?
She opened the curtains. The wind had dropped, and the sea was flat and still, a deep, dark blue streaked with turquoise. As she went downstairs, Jane noticed something was different in the sitting room. The pastel sticks, which she'd left neatly lined up back in their box yesterday, lay scattered all over the floor. That was odd, she thought. She went over to pick them up.
Peter, she called up the stairs. Did you come down here during the night at all?
No. Why?
The pastels are... She stopped suddenly, noticing the sketch pad lying open on the coffee table. In big, childish capital letters that filled the blank page, someone had written 2 words.
Don't leave. Chapter 5. She liked the baby girls best, and Lily was her favourite. Lily was tiny and delicate, with downy, soft golden hair. Peggy loved dressing her in particular. There were so many beautiful outfits for baby girls these days, and this latest parcel had some especially lovely ones. She never took the bairns out, of course, although she did have a pram, one of those neat little 3-wheeled things. Sometimes she put one of the babies in it and wheeled them round the house, but she never used it outside. As she carefully brushed Lily's hair, she thought she might take some pictures of her in the adorable butterfly dress, or maybe make a video. Getting a parcel of clothes was always the highlight of Peggy Mortimer's week, nearly as exciting as the arrival of the babies themselves. They usually came with a selection of clothes, feeding bottles and dummies. Soon she was going to need another chest of drawers for the nursery, just to keep everything nice and tidy.
Jane was triumphant. You see, Peter, the child isn't a figment of my imagination. She's real. She's been in the house and written this message. For us.
Peter, still in his dressing gown, paced up and down in front of the window. Come now, that's hardly likely, is it? I think you were sleepwalking. You wrote it in your sleep.
But you said yourself you'd not slept well. Surely you'd have woken up if I'd have been wandering around. Those times back in the flat, when I used to sleepwalk, you always woke. Anyway, how do you know it wasn't you who sleepwalked, you who wrote it?
Well, if I had, I wouldn't have left the apostrophe out of don't, he said, even in my sleep.
Nor would I. A child wrote this. A real child.
OK. Supposing, just for a minute, that this girl exists. Where does she come from? How did she get into the house? I checked the door last night. I know, and it was definitely locked. And why this message, don't leave? Why doesn't she want us to leave?
Jane was quiet for a moment. She got up from the sofa and stood beside Peter, putting a hand on his arm to stop him from pacing the floor. The answer's obvious. Can't you see? She must come from next door, from Mrs. Mortimer's. Peter started to interrupt, but she raised a hand. No, listen a minute. I know she said there were no children here, but I think she's lying. And I think she's keeping that poor little kid in her house against her will. She keeps trying to get away. That's why I heard her crying, and that's why she looks so desperate. She got into our house last night because she managed to get hold of Mrs. Mortimer's key. She slipped away while Mrs. Mortimer was asleep and let herself in. I don't know why she wrote us that message. Maybe she feels she stands a chance of being rescued while we're here. She wants our help.
Are you saying she's been kidnapped?
Perhaps. Yes. If Mrs. Mortimer was just looking after a child for a friend or relative, why not just say so? She's keeping her secret for a reason. She never seems to let anyone into her house, does she? That's peculiar too.
I don't know, Jane. It all sounds a bit far-fetched to me. If a child had been kidnapped, we'd have heard about it, surely. Look how the news was full of nothing but stuff about Madeleine McCann's disappearance for months on end.
I don't know about that either. I just know something's not right, and we can't go anywhere until we get to the bottom of it. We need to contact the police or social services.
Peter held up his hands.
Whoa, let's not go there yet. How's it going to sound? Me explaining that my wife, who has, well, let's say, serious mental health issues, thinks our next-door neighbour is keeping a child captive, but she's the only one who's actually seen the child. It's a serious accusation to make.
So, what do you suggest we do?
Jane flapped the paper with the message on it in front of Peter's face.
Just ignore this.
Tell you what. I'll go round and speak to Mrs. M, Peter said. I won't accuse her of anything. I'll just explain what you've seen, show her the message, ask her if she can shed any light on it.
She'll just deny it. You know what she's like. A witch.
You bit my head off when I jokingly said that before,
Peter said, a slight edge of bitterness in his voice.
Well, maybe you were right. Maybe she tempted the child in, like Hansel and Gretel.
She hasn't been round offering poison apples to you, has she?
That was Snow White, said Jane.
It was clear to Jane that the last thing in the world Peter wanted to do at that moment was to go round next door and talk to that woman about a child he was convinced was a figment of his sick, deluded wife's imagination. She watched him make his way to the door, his shoulders hunched, clutching the sketchpad page in his hand. But when he got to the door, he suddenly stopped.
Jane, come here a minute, he said.
What? What is it?
She stood beside him. He pointed up to the top of the door.
I thought I had, and I was right. The door's bolted.
I pulled the latch across before I went up to bed. Look at it. It's a big, heavy, old-fashioned latch. I remember now, it was rather stiff when I tried to slide it in place, and I made a mental note to put a bit of oil on it sometime.
So, you're saying...
I'm saying with the door bolted like that from inside, there's no way anyone could have let themselves in with the door key during the night. Unless you came down and undid it, and then came back down later to bolt it again.
Of course I didn't.
Jane's mind was racing. There had to be some other explanation.
Were the windows all shut?
Yes, I double-checked that because of the wind.
Maybe there's some other way in. The cottage may be divided by a wall, but both sections share a roof space. Could she have come down through a loft hatch in the ceiling, do you think? Or we could check the back of the cupboards and behind the wardrobe. There might be a secret connecting door we don't know about.
Peter took her shoulders firmly in both hands and swung her round to face him. Jane, no. You've got to face facts, darling. This child is a hallucination. You wrote this message while you were sleepwalking. It's nothing to feel guilty or ashamed about. It's part of your illness. But tomorrow morning I want you to ring the GP and get him to make a referral back to the psychiatrist. We need to get this sorted. Jane felt she might crumple to the floor, but she steeled herself, summoning all the strength she had. She must stay in control. She must. She couldn't let this thing defeat her, this wretched illness. Maybe Peter was right, and she was just having a psychotic episode. Nothing a course of medication couldn't sort out. "All right," she said at last. "I'll ring the doctor." Peter kissed her on the forehead. "Good. But darling, I still think we need to leave this place, find somewhere else. I thought you'd find what you needed here, complete peace and tranquility. But it hasn't turned out that way. Having Morticia lurking around hasn't helped you. I can see that. As I said, we can't go back to town yet. I promised the Chinese doctors they could stay at the flat till December. So maybe I should ring Blackwoods today and ask if they've got anything else to let."
"No, I can speak to Blackwoods tomorrow when I've had more time to think things over."
"What's to think about?" "But, okay, if you like, leave it till tomorrow. And as for today, we're going out somewhere for lunch, and then we'll have a good long beach walk to blow
the cobwebs away."
Yes, I know. Jane sighed, fetching her coat. She had a sudden image of a mass of sticky grey cobwebs clogging the inside of her head, and somewhere deep in the centre, a crouching black spider, waiting to pounce. Although yesterday's wind had dropped and there was a weak sun filtering through the clouds, autumn was creeping in now, a thin mist hovering over the fields of rough yellowing grass, coppery leaves fluttering down ahead of them as they drove up the coast. They parked the car by the side of the road and walked down towards a pub tucked away in a little settlement of cottages close to a wide sandy bay. Inside, it was surprisingly busy for a Monday and noisy with late tourists, walkers and dogs, but they found a little corner near the inglenook and ordered drinks, wine for Peter, tonic and lemon for Jane, and crab sandwiches. Their conversation was strained and sporadic, trying to avoid discussing the events of the morning. And afterwards, along the small horseshoe beach, they walked a little way apart from each other, Jane stooping now and then to pick up shells, Peter marching on ahead, hands deep in his coat pockets. A golden retriever with a ball in its mouth bounded up to them, wagging its tail, and Jane smiled and patted its head before it followed its owner's call. "You love dogs. It's a shame we can't have pets in the cottage," Peter said. "It would be company for you."
"I would like that, but it wouldn't be right to keep a dog in the flat either, especially when I go back to work. I really do want to go back after Christmas."
"We'll see how things go, shall we?"
No, not we. I'll see how things go, Jane said, her irritation flaring up. It'll be my decision. Mine alone.
Peter said nothing. The mood had changed, and they walked on in silence. Jane felt the chill as soon as they stepped back inside the cottage. It's colder inside than it was out, she thought. Nights were drawing in, and it was already nearly dark. Peter said he'd light the log burner. While Jane closed the living room curtains, he began to lay the scrunched-up twists of newspaper to start the fire. He picked up the sketchpad page with the message on it. "I'll burn this, I think," he said. Jane lunged forward and grabbed it from his hand. "No! Why do you want to keep it? I thought you realized now you must have written it in your sleep." "Because I know in my heart of hearts I didn't," she thought. But she said, "I need to keep it, that's all." Peter shrugged, but let her take it. She folded it carefully and put it away in the dresser drawer. The fire alight, Peter headed upstairs to get on with his work, and Jane went into the kitchen to wash up a few things in the sink and pull down the blind. She dreaded seeing the girl at the window again. Then she went and sat by the fire and tried to read, but all the while she was tense, waiting to hear that tap, tap, tap on the glass. But everything was quiet, and all she could hear was the murmur of voices coming from Mrs. Mortimer's television next door. Tuesday dawned, still and dismal. Peter left for work, reminding Jane to ring the doctor and contact Blackwoods about finding another cottage. Jane looked out on the great expanse of sea, the horizon merging into the same pale grey as the sky above. A big stretch of blank nothingness, thought Jane. In summer, on a sunny day, it would be so different. The sea and sky vibrant, bright blue, full of promise. But today it was as flat and dreary as she felt, with the added knot of anxiety in her stomach. It was in the empty spaces of days like this all the if only thoughts crept in again. If only she'd taken Angela to the doctor's as soon as she developed the sore throat. If only she hadn't gone to work that day, hadn't ignored her listlessness, hadn't taken her to the nursery. If only the nursery had called her sooner. If only she'd taken her to the hospital then instead of taking her home. If only she'd noticed the first signs of the mottled rash on her body, checked on her earlier in the night. If only Peter had driven a bit faster as they rushed to the hospital. If only. If only. The two saddest words in the world. She pushed those agonizing and useless thoughts to the back of her mind, looked at her phone, checked her texts and emails, hoping for a message from Susie. There was nothing. She didn't feel like painting today, or writing, or ringing the doctor for an appointment. That could wait. Her mind still in turmoil, all she knew she wanted to do was get out of the house. She fetched her coat, put on her walking shoes, and headed off to the right, in the direction of the steep cliff. As she rounded the corner, she saw a small huddle of people upon the cliff top, 5 or 6 of them in woolly hats and anoraks, binoculars round their necks. One man seemed to be lying down flat on his front at the very cliff edge, fiddling with a camera. Jane felt strangely elated to see people, any people. She quickened her step, nearly stumbling on the rocky pathway. A fine drizzle was falling now, but she strode on to the top. "Hi!" she called. "Is there something exciting going on?" A cheery-faced woman in a green bobble hat raised her hand in greeting as she approached. "There could be. A gull-billed tern, but we haven't seen it yet." "Oh, you're bird watchers," said Jane. "So that's rare, is it?" "Very rare, yes," the woman said. "If we get a sighting today and a twitch goes out, there'll be birders all over here by tomorrow." A man came over to them, big, bearded, jolly-looking, with smiling blue eyes. He nodded a quick greeting to Jane, then spoke to the woman.
Think it may just have been a sandwich turn, Moira. It's easy to confuse them. They're quite similar.
Oh, that's a pity, said Jane. Have you come far?
Ponteland, the woman said. Never mind. We'll stay around for a bit just in case. We've made that mistake before, leaving too soon, haven't we, Bob?
Jane had a sudden urge for company, for people to fill the cottage. Normal, friendly people who didn't know anything about her, about Angela, about her illness. Look, I'm staying at the cottage just down there. You're all very welcome to come in, and I could make you coffee or tea. I'd love to hear more about the bird life round here.
Well, that's very kind, the woman said, but we've all got our flasks and sandwiches here. Thanks, though.
That's fine. Just a thought.
Jane was disappointed. It must have shown in her face, because the man called Bob smiled and held out his binoculars to her.
Would you like to have a look down the cliff with these? I could point out one or two interesting birds.
Jane was amazed. She'd never looked through such powerful binoculars before. It took her a while to focus and hold the binoculars steady, but when she did, she could make out every feather on a bird, every pebble on the shore, as if they were right in front of her eyes. She was aware that Bob was talking to her, pointing things out, but she was mesmerised and transfixed by the strange sensation of seeing so much detail from such a distance. She lifted the binoculars towards the sea's edge, to the waves lapping and splashing their white froth over the rocks. And then she saw it. A dark shape bobbing in the shallows, a shape like a small body, arms outstretched, fine strands of yellow hair fanned out, swaying and rippling with the current. She gasped and dropped the binoculars, Bob managing to grab them just in time before they tumbled down the cliff face.
What did you see?
He looked worried. Jane couldn't speak at first. She pointed.
There! Look, it's something. Somebody in the water. Oh, God, no!
Bob was looking through the binoculars now, scanning the water.
Oh, yes, I see it. It could be a bit of debris, though. Don't worry. A bit too small for a body, I think.
But it's a child.
Jane could hear the edge of hysteria in her voice, but she couldn't control the rising panic. She knew she was babbling, but the words came out in a tumble.
I've seen her before, a little girl, running around and playing here. I knew she was real. I knew it. I knew I wasn't seeing things. And now she's drowned. Oh, no. Oh, no. I should have done something. Oh, dear God. What should we do?
The bird watchers were huddling round her now, concerned, reassuring. The woman called Moira put her arm around her shoulders.
Now, don't panic, dear. Take some deep breaths. That's right. I'm pretty sure it's nothing sinister, but Bob will go down and see if he can get a closer look.
Bob was scrabbling his way down a less steep part of the cliff, his feet skidding on the stones so that he had to cling on to clumps of grass to stop himself slithering down to the bottom. The shape was some way beyond the shore, being knocked by the waves against a rocky outcrop covered in slippery, greeny-brown seaweed. Bob hopped precariously from rock to rock towards it, nearly losing his footing a couple of times. Jane couldn't look. She buried her head in her hands, expecting to see the man toppling into the water at any moment. When she did dare look again, he was crouching down on the rock, reaching out to pull the object closer. Jane shut her eyes again. She didn't want to see him lifting up the little girl's lifeless body. Why hadn't she done more to save her? Why hadn't she alerted the authorities the first time she saw the child, that first day they came to see the cottage? Why did nobody take her seriously?
It's all right, Moira was saying. Nothing to worry about. You can open your eyes now.
Bob was still on the rock, standing up now, grinning, with both thumbs in the air. She couldn't understand it.
Why hadn't he pulled her out of the water? She began to tremble violently. Moira was pouring her some coffee from her flask. Here, drink this, love. You've had a bit of a shock, but it's fine. How can it be fine? It's an easy mistake to make, she heard one of the others say. Just like mistaking a sandwich turn for a gull-billed turn. And they were all laughing. Bob had climbed his way back up now and was standing beside her, his trousers black and dripping with water up to the knees. But he was smiling. It was just a log, a piece of tree. The 2 bits of branch sticking out each side did look a bit like arms, I'll grant you. But the hair! I saw the hair. Seaweed. That stringy stuff. Eelgrass, I think it's called. Very hair-like. Tears sprang into Jane's eyes and spilt down her cheeks, and she felt bad that she wasn't crying with relief, but with utter shame and embarrassment. All she could think was how glad she was Peter wasn't there to see, giving her one of his sad-eyed, pitying looks. Once again, she'd made a complete fool of herself, got hysterical, and it had all been a stupid, stupid mistake. She'd intruded on these nice people, made one of them risk life and limb going down the cliff and scrambling over slippery rocks, getting his trousers soaking wet. Now, all she wanted was to get away as fast as she could, back to the cottage. Sorry, so sorry, she muttered, and turned away towards the cottage, running down the path and not looking back. Outside the cottage, parked on the gravel patch, was an expensive-looking silver-grey car. It couldn't be anyone visiting her, could it? And surely not a visitor to Mrs. Mortimer. But as Jane hurried past, Mrs. Mortimer's door opened, and she stood in the doorway next to a big, solidly built man in a smart navy blue suit. He had a briefcase under his arm. "That all seems in grand order then, Mrs. M." He had a deep, reassuring voice, a slight Northumbrian burr. Just as Jane reached her door, fumbling for her key, he spotted her. "Ah, hello," he called out cheerily. "You must be Mrs. Eagle. Nigel Blackwood, so pleased to meet you." He came towards her, hand outstretched. Jane was horribly aware of her unbrushed hair, frizzy from the rain, and the tear streaks on her cheeks. She really wasn't in the mood for company anymore. The longing to be with people had evaporated, and she just wanted to be alone. But his handshake was firm and warm, and anyway, she'd promised Peter she'd contact Blackwoods today about moving to another cottage, so this would save her a phone call. "Would you have time to come in for a coffee?" she said. "I need to talk to you about something." Chapter 6. Mrs. Mortimer was pleased. Mr. Blackwood's visit had been quite satisfactory. He had praised her for her meticulous attention to detail. "You're an absolute star, Mrs. M," he said. She didn't know exactly what he meant by that. She'd only done what he'd asked her to. Gone through the bookings, made a note of which confirmation emails she needed to send out. The inquiries were coming in for next spring and summer, right up to the end of September next year, so she would be busy. Less time to spend with the bairns, but that couldn't be helped. Blackwoods owned 21 holiday cottages scattered along the North Northumberland coast. Beadnell, Embleton, Bamborough, Sea Houses, Warkworth, Amble, and various little remote locations in between. But this cottage was special, and not just because of its location and history. It had been in the Blackwood family since just after the war, and Mrs. Mortimer's home since 1980. She liked the arrangement that she could live here rent-free in return for keeping the place shipshape and sorting the admin. While the office in Alnwick handled that for all the other properties, Mrs. Mortimer dealt with everything here, even the financial side. Mr. Blackwood had bought her the computer which she taught herself to use and made life so much easier. She liked computers, much easier to deal with than people.
She'd become quite an expert at spreadsheets. She no longer had to get on the bus to go to the office. She didn't have to talk to people on the phone. Everything was forwarded on, all communications sent and received online. Really, Mr. Blackwood did not need to call in at all, but he always said he liked to touch base from time to time, whatever that meant. She could just as easily have emailed him this information she'd given him today, but she'd printed him out a paper copy, as requested. "You'll see Mr. and Mrs. Eagle have booked it till December 17th, she told him. "But Mr. Eagle told me when they first came they may well decide to stay on over Christmas. Longer, even. I've had an inquiry for a booking for the week leading up to Christmas, but I can't confirm that till I know if Mr. and Mrs. Eagle will be staying on for certain." "Not a worry, Mrs. M. I'll pop in and have a word. Will they be in, do you know?" "He'll be at work. His car's not there. And I saw her heading off for a walk an hour or so back."
It was just as well her next door came back before he left, Mrs. Mortimer thought, heading for the nursery. She lifted Arabella from her cot, admiring her new pink and white outfit with the rabbits on. She would give her a bottle, sit with her in the rocking chair for a while, she decided. She always found it soothing feeding the bairns. Visitors of any kind were unsettling, even Mr. Blackwood. Still, she was glad he would sort out the booking question. She didn't like uncertainty. Mind, her next door looked in a bit of a state just now, so he'll maybe not get much sense out of her. She liked to talk to the bairns, knowing they wouldn't understand, let alone answer back. But that didn't matter. Cradling Arabella's soft little body, supporting her tiny head in the palm of her hand, she eased herself into the rocking chair. "Not right in the head, that one," she said, gently stroking the fine brown baby hair. "Not right at all." Nigel Blackwood looked in his late 40s, maybe even early 50s, but still an attractive man, well built, not in bad shape. Probably been a rugby player, Jane thought. His broad frame filled the armchair, and he looked at ease, sipping the mug of fresh coffee Jane had just brewed up. The smell of coffee was comforting, reminding Jane of the happy times spent after work in Starbucks or Cafe Nero in town, with Susie and sometimes other girls in the office. She'd been missing that. "So, Mrs. Eagle, what do you think of this place? Pretty special, isn't it?" "It's lovely," said Jane, "and please call me Jane."
"Okay, Jane. And I'm Nigel."
Jane liked his twinkly blue eyes and the way his face crinkled when he smiled.
"I've been trying for years to get Mrs. M next door to call me Nigel, but she won't have it. And I wouldn't dare call her Peggy."
"Is that her first name? We always call her Morticia. Not to her face, of course."
Nigel's shoulders shook with laughter, nearly spilling his coffee. "Ah, she's really not as sinister as she looks. It's just her way. Anyway, Jane, I need to speak to you too to ask you about your future plans so we can sort out the bookings. And you said you wanted to speak to me about something. Everything all right with the cottage, I hope?"
Jane looked down at her hands. It was so awkward. How could she explain? "There's no problem with the cottage. It's more the problems with us. Well, me. We were wondering if there was another vacant property we could move to right away, not quite so remote."
He looked surprised. "Well, we can certainly look into that, if you like. But I really am curious to know why you want to change. It's not about Mrs. Mortimer, is it?"
"No. Although,
kind of. Is the rent a problem? We could possibly sort something out about that, although I have to say you've been really lucky to get it at such a reasonable amount, and we can't offer you anything much cheaper, I'm afraid. And for this cottage, over the spring and summer months, we'll be charging double what you're paying now."
"No, It's not that. The rent is fine. The cottage is fine. In fact, it's absolutely perfect.
Nigel Blackwood looked round the room and smiled. It is, isn't it? I chose the decor myself. We do a complete refurbishment of all our properties every 3 years. New furniture, fittings, the lot. This was done up about a year ago, and it's still looking good, I think. Of course, we give the paintwork a bit of a going over before you came, and Mrs. Mortimer gives everything a thorough clean.
Yes, it's spotless, Jane said. She really didn't want to talk about the decor or Mrs. Mortimer's cleaning skills. There was an uncomfortable silence while Jane wondered how much she should reveal to this man she'd only just met. But there was something about him, something open and approachable, that made her want to confide in him as honestly as she could.
Mr. Blackwood, Nigel, the problem is I'm finding I feel a bit cut off here, isolated. My husband takes the car to work, so I can't go anywhere much when he's not here. I've not been well on and off for the last 2.5 years, you see. In fact, I've had a couple of quite serious breakdowns. I thought I was getting better, but the last one was in July this year. I've been off work since then. My husband thought I needed to be away from crowds, from people, somewhere quiet and peaceful. But since I got here, I've been seeing things. Strange things have happened. And I don't know whether it's because of my illness or...
Her voice trailed off as she wondered what on earth to say next that wouldn't make him think he was talking to a completely crazy woman. Or was that what she really was? A completely crazy woman. Nigel put down his coffee cup and leant forward, his hands clasped together. Jane, you poor lass. That sounds bad. I am sorry. Do you mind if I ask you what strange things have happened while you've been here? It all came spilling out of her then. The sound of a child crying, sightings of the girl around the cottage, the tapping and the face at the window, and then the scrawled message saying, "Don't leave." She went to the dresser drawer and took out the sheet of paper, the words a little smudged but still clear enough. Nigel Blackwood frowned as he examined it. I'm not surprised you're freaked out. Anyone would be. What does your husband think?
Oh, he's quite convinced I must have written it while I was sleepwalking. I've slept-walked before, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't this time.
And what does he think about this child you've been seeing?
He thinks it's in my mind. Hallucinations.
Is that what you think?
Jane paused. What did she think? She wasn't sure she knew. I don't think it's hallucinations. I think, perhaps, the little girl is real and is being kept somewhere close by against her will. She seems to want my help. She doesn't want me to leave. And the only place close by is Mrs. Mortimer's.
Nigel leant back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Oh no, Jane thought. Does he think I'm crazy? Jane, I believe you. I really do. But I don't think Mrs. Mortimer can be anything to do with it. I know she can come across a bit frosty, but she's a canny old thing underneath. I've known her since I was a lad. And she and her husband moved in next to my Auntie Irene.
Is that Miss Blackwood? Mrs. Armstrong at the farm mentioned she used to live here.
Yes, that's right. And I've been into Peggy Mortimer's house many times over the years. I was in there today. I can honestly say in all that time I've never seen a child or evidence of a child in that place. I haven't been in every room, of course. Mrs. M likes her privacy. But I'm sure I would have noticed or heard something. I've had 4 kids of my own, and they're not exactly easy to keep quiet.
I know, Jane said. Suddenly, it was important for her to tell him everything. She wanted him to know about Angela.
We had a child too. She died suddenly of sepsis 2 years ago last April, a month before her 2nd birthday. She was so beautiful, Nigel. Oh, I know every mother thinks that, but she really was. Look. She opened her phone. She kept hundreds of photographs of Angela, but this one was her favourite. Angela on her last Christmas day, toddling towards the camera with chubby arms outstretched, holding her new pink rabbit toy and beaming with joy and excitement. Nigel took the phone gently from Jane's hand and studied it carefully. That was unusual, Jane thought. Usually, when she had been telling people about Angela and shown them the photo, they would make some suitably sad "ah" sound and hand it back hastily, embarrassed and not knowing what to say. But not Nigel. He cradled the phone in his big hands, gazing at the photo. His eyes closed and he shook his head slowly from side to side. "Oh, Jane, that's just so." He paused as if searching for the right word. "Wrong!" The word exploded from his mouth. "A lovely little lass like that. Why? So wrong." Jane nodded, the tears starting up again. At last, somebody really understood. This man she'd only just met, who she didn't know, had just described in one word the feeling she hadn't been able to put a name to before now. After Angela died, people were always asking Jane how she felt, urging her to talk. Peter, the doctors, the psychiatrist, the bereavement counsellor, always saying, "So, tell me what you're feeling, Jane." But she couldn't, because she didn't know what that awful, overwhelming feeling was, what label to put on it. There was numbness and disbelief, grief, of course, sadness, desolation, and anger. Yes, certainly, anger. But there was something else that she carried with her all the time, long after the first shock and pain had subsided. And now she knew it for what it was. A sense of the wrongness of such a loss. That this wasn't what was meant to happen, as if someone had torn up the script of the life plan she'd written for herself and her daughter, and if she could only rewind time, she could set it right again. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for saying that." Nigel Blackwood and Jane sat in silence for a while, and it no longer felt uncomfortable. She was aware of the clock on the mantelpiece ticking and noticed the time. "Oh, look, I've kept you here far too long. You'll need to get back to the office." "Yes, I suppose so. I'll look into the possibilities of another cottage. But can I just leave you with a thought?" "Yes, of course." Is it really going to change anything, moving somewhere else? From what you've told me, if your husband is right, the things you've experienced aren't necessarily to do with this cottage. Why don't you give it a day or two? Think it over." "So, you think I'm imagining it too?" she said, disappointed. He held up his hands. "I don't think anything. I've no idea what could be happening. I wish I could shed some light on it for you. But I can't. But look, Jane, you probably already have my office number, but here's my card. It's got my mobile number. Any time you want to talk, any time at all, drop me a text or give me a bell. Okay?" She nodded, taking the card. "Thank you. I will." In the doorway, he took her hand, closing his other hand over hers. The gesture felt comforting and reassuring, her small, cold hand enfolded in both his large, warm hands. She didn't want him to leave. As he was easing his bulky frame into his car seat, he said, "It's a pity my old Auntie Irene isn't around to talk to you. She was a great one for seeing and hearing things nobody else could. What a character." Your aunt, who lived here?
Yeah, she was a devout spiritualist. Called herself a medium. Used to hold seances, that sort of thing, so I believe. Anyway, I'd best be off now, so you take care.
He turned on the ignition, and she watched his car bounce away up the rutted track. Jane's mind was in turmoil. She was still trying to process the deep and immediate emotional connection she'd made with this man. Not just a physical attraction, but something on a much deeper level. Not unlike the connection she used to have with Susie. But then he'd thrown in that aside about his aunt, Miss Blackwood. Nigel had said Jane's visions might not be connected to the cottage, and yet his aunt had once held seances, communicated with spirits, here, right here. She was almost certain now that the little girl wasn't a hallucination, nor was she a real living child being held and hidden next door by Mrs. Mortimer. She must be a ghost. Chapter 7. Peter wasn't in a good mood when he got back. He'd had a bad day. He snapped at a student who kept challenging him during a tutorial, and he'd accidentally lost quite a large body of text on his computer, which he'd have to rewrite tonight. There'd been heavy traffic and delays on the long drive home, and it had started to rain quite hard, with lorries and buses sending up great waves of spray that obscured his view of the road ahead. His neck and shoulders were knotted with tension. Jane was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly ahead when he came in. The fire was unlit, the supper uncooked, killing his hope that he could just sit down and relax.
Is something wrong? He asked her. You can't have had a worse day than me.
No, it's been okay, she said.
She'd decided not to tell him about the incident with the birdwatchers.
I saw Nigel Blackwood today. He stayed for coffee, and we had a really good talk. He's such a nice man, Peter, so understanding.
So you've been entertaining gentlemen while I've been at work, eh? He should be nice, the amount of cash we're putting in his pocket.
He said it in a jokey way, but she could detect some irritation in his tone. Was it jealousy? She wondered.
So, what did he say about moving to another cottage?
He's looking into it. And Peter, he told me his aunt, Miss Blackwood, who used to live here, she was a spiritualist medium. He said she used to hold seances.
Oh, a crackpot, he said. So, is that significant in any way?
Jane could sense that an argument was brewing, but she had to tell him what she was thinking, what she'd been sitting here going over and over in her mind since Nigel Blackwood left.
I know you think it's all rubbish, and I know what you're going to say if I suggest this cottage could be haunted, that what I saw, the writer of that message, might be a spirit, a ghost child.
Peter gave a long sigh.
Oh, Jane, I think you've been reading one too many Stephen King novels. You'll be telling me next this house is built on an ancient pagan burial site or something. Well, I tell you now, I'm not pulling up the floorboards.
You may be old enough to be my father, Peter, but don't treat me like a stupid child, she said, clenching her fists. I know I've been ill, that I might have imagined some things or made mistakes because of it, but I am not an idiot.
Peter bristled, as he always did when Jane reminded him of his age.
Of course you're not. And why do you always have to bring up the age difference thing? I know that you're a rational, intelligent adult. Impressionable, emotional, yes, but you know as well as I do there's no such thing as ghosts.
Do I? You're the one who's always telling me we don't know even a tiny fraction of how the universe works.
And that's what we theoretical physicists are trying to do. Find out how it works, but using the laws of science, logic, mathematical equations.
Yes, I know, but just for once, Peter, open your mind to the possibility that there might just be some things that can't be explained by physics, proved or disproved by science and logic. Psychic energy, perhaps, that manifests itself as a ghost. Energy can't be destroyed, right? So where does it go? What happens to it when the body dies?
Peter sighed again. "A load of bollocks," he said, going towards the kitchen. "I don't want to carry on this conversation, Jane. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'll fix our supper tonight. Your head is obviously not in the right place to concentrate on real life just now. And I bet you didn't ring the doctor, like I told you to."
"No, I didn't. I've changed my mind. I don't want a doctor. I don't want medication or therapy. I just want somebody to listen, to understand."
"Like your nice Mr. Blackwood, I suppose," she heard him mutter as he rummaged in the fridge for some supper.
Later that night, Jane lay awake in bed. Peter was still up, working in his little office room, and would be until the early hours.
The wind had got up again, wild and roaring. Even the new double-glazed windows couldn't shut out the sound of it, or the hiss of huge waves smashing against rocks. Like the waves, her thoughts tumbled in, one after another, swirling round inside her head. She couldn't stop thinking of Nigel Blackwood, his warm, crinkly smile, his big, firm hands touching hers. And most of all, she kept going over the way he'd reacted when he saw Angela's picture. Empathy. Yes, that was it. Real empathy. He understood what that loss had done to her. He knew the emotions that were eating away at her, destroying her peace of mind. People's reactions when she talked about losing Angela were varied, and few of them had been helpful. She hated to be told that Angela was safe in the arms of Jesus, was up in heaven, or had become an angel or a star in the sky. She realised that was a comfort to some people, but she knew as well as anybody that stars were definitely not dead people, and as yet, exploration of the universe had not thrown up any sign of angel babies floating by on clouds, of Jesus, or heaven. Then there were the ones who said that Angela's death was meant to be, or everything happens for a reason. No! What possible reason could there be for destroying a healthy, happy little child who was so loved, so wanted? Angela's death was meaningless, random, and utterly pointless. In many ways, hurtful though it was, she preferred the people she knew who crossed the road to avoid her, pretending they hadn't seen her. She understood they didn't know what to say, feared they would say the wrong thing. And of course, people sometimes did say the wrong thing. The worst had been that incident in Asda last summer, an incident which triggered off what the doctors called her last acute episode. She had been pushing her trolley, doing the weekly shop, and somehow she found herself walking down the aisle with all the baby food and nappies in it. Not really thinking of anything, she reached for a pack of nappies, the ones she always bought for Angela. Then she remembered she didn't need to buy nappies, because Angela was gone. She couldn't be reached, because she was nowhere, just as she'd been nowhere before she was conceived. She had disappeared to nothing, like a beautiful bubble floating briefly through the world that popped and vanished. Tears ran down Jane's cheeks. She stood there in the crowded supermarket and sobbed, only vaguely aware of the furtive glances from other shoppers, swerving nervously round her. Then, out of nowhere, an elderly woman was advancing towards her. Curly white perm, big spectacles, and despite the warm weather, wearing one of those padded nylon coats in the dingy maroon colour that old women seem to favour.
"Oh, Hinny," she said, grabbing Jane's arm. "Whatever's the matter? Do you need a hanky?" She began rooting around in her handbag. No, really, it's okay," Jane said, recovering her senses and trying to pull away and make a hasty exit.
but the woman still clutched her arm.
"I can see you're in a right bad fettle," she went on. "Now just you come and have a nice cup of tea with me, and you can tell me all about it. Trouble with a feller, is it? It usually is."
Jane said,
"No, my little girl died. Sometimes things happen that make me think of her, and I can't stop myself from crying. Thank you, but I shall be all right now."
The woman's grip tightened, and she shuffled even closer.
"Oh, that's terrible. I know just how you feel, Hinny. I lost my cat Mitzi over a year ago, and I still have a little cry over her now and again."
Jane stared at her.
"Your cat! You lost your fucking cat!"
she heard herself screeching.
"You don't know how I feel, so just fuck off and leave me alone, will you? Leave me alone!"
She abandoned her trolley and ran out of the supermarket. It was late Friday afternoon, crowds of people and traffic everywhere, deafening noise, everything whirling around and closing in on her. She began to run down the street, bumping into people, not knowing where she was going, just wanting to escape from everything. She didn't remember anything after that. Apparently, she'd been found wandering around Jesmond Dean with no shoes on and threatening to jump in the river. But all she recalled was being back in St. Nick's again, and Peter at her bedside gazing at her with that sad, haggard look on his face. She remembered saying to him,
"I swore at that old lady, Peter, and she was only trying to be kind. I never swear. Nan hated it. No excuse for language, she used to say. She'd be furious with me."
Now, lying in bed and listening to the rain dashing against the window, she relived that horrible day and felt her cheeks burning with shame all over again. She must have drifted off to sleep soon afterwards and slept for an hour or two. Something woke her, and she stirred. There was someone, or something, tugging gently at the duvet covering her shoulders. She could hear breathing very close to her ear. She felt hot little puffs of breath on her cheek.
"Peter, is that you?"
she whispered. No answer, just quiet breaths, in and out. She turned over towards the sound. The room was dark and still, but there was enough light from the radio alarm clock on the bedside table for her to see that there was nobody lying on the pillow beside her, and through the slightly open bedroom door, she saw the light on across the landing. Peter must be up working still. She heard him cough and the rustling of papers. The clock said it was 2:20. She turned over again. She must have been dreaming. But there it was again, little breaths, right against her ear. And then a whisper, quite clear. It was a child's voice, urgent, pleading.
"Don't leave! Don't leave!"
Chapter 8. She wasn't going to say anything to Peter. It would only start another argument. He must have been aware that something was wrong when he finally came to bed at about 3 a.m, because the bedside light was on and she was curled up in a tight ball with her head under the duvet. But he crawled in beside her without a word and fell asleep straight away. The breathing and the whispers had stopped abruptly the moment she sat up in bed, heart thumping, and snapped on the bedside light. There was nobody, nothing, there. More than ever now, she was convinced of one thing. The cottage was haunted by the spirit of this child, a spirit only she could see. And that spirit wanted only one thing, that she must not leave. But why? She lay awake until morning, every muscle in her body tense, waiting for the whispers to return. They didn't. Peter groaned when the alarm went off, and later brought her up some tea, kissing her briefly on the forehead. He opened the curtains. Outside, a grey dawn was only just breaking, the sea frisky in the blustery wind, which was still hurling sheets of hard rain inland. "I might be back a bit late tonight," he said, straightening his tie in the wardrobe mirror. "I'm popping back to the flat after work. I'll pick up your art stuff and my telescope. Maybe stop and have a chat with the doctors, see how they're getting on."
Oh, okay.
She felt a sudden pang, thinking of other people in her flat, sleeping in her bed, cooking in her kitchen.
You will check that they haven't, changed anything.
"I've told you, Jane. They won't go in Angela's room, I promise." He picked up his car keys. "Oh, and get on to Blackwood again, will you? Find out if he's come up with another place for us. We don't want to spend any more time than we have to in this spooky haunted house, do we?" He waggled his fingers in the air as he said the word spooky. He probably thought he was teasing her in a light-hearted kind of way, but it made Jane cringe. She felt she was being mocked, belittled. She got out of bed, edged past Peter without a word, and headed for the shower. She heard him shout, "See you later," as she stepped under the comforting embrace of the hot water. She didn't answer. What was happening to them? He'd always been her rock, her anchor. The age thing never mattered to her because he made her feel safe, cared for, his strength protecting and supporting her through their bereavement and her breakdowns. But now it was all falling apart. They seemed to be slipping deeper into controlling parent and dependent child roles, and at the same time drifting further and further away from each other, and she couldn't think of a way to stop it. The day stretched ahead, as bleak and empty as the view from the window. How was she going to fill the long hours, she wondered. She didn't feel in the mood to draw or paint or write or read anything. The weather was too wet and windy to go for a walk. She decided to do some baking, make cheese scones. Peter loved those, and it might help heal the rift between them. And it might take her mind off the whispers of the night still echoing round and round in her head. She put down the packet of flour and other bits she'd begun to assemble to make the scones. It was no good. She had to do this, what she'd been wanting to do since yesterday. She found Nigel Blackwood's card in the back pocket of her jeans, picked up her phone, and keyed in his number. "Hello?" Hearing his deep voice made her heart flip.
"Nigel, it's me, Jane Eagle. I'm sorry to be bothering you, but I really need to talk to you about something, and I don't want to do it over the phone. I know you must be really busy and I'm probably being a nuisance, but could you call in sometime, do you think?"
"You're not a nuisance at all. Is everything all right?"
"Well, not really. I heard her again last night, the little girl. She was whispering in my ear, 'Don't leave.' I'll tell you more when I see you, but I must get to the bottom of this. I think the house is haunted, Nigel, and I need to find out what this child is trying to tell me, what she wants of me."
"Okay." He sounded wary, doubtful, drawing out the second syllable.
"I'm not sure what you want me to do, though."
"I don't want you to do anything. It's just that I need to talk it through with someone who will listen. Someone who doesn't immediately think I'm having a schizophrenic episode, and it's all in my head. You were so understanding yesterday. I thought, well, you did say I could ring any time."
"I did say that, and I'm glad you took me up on it."
"I'd like to ask you a few things about the cottage, its history, and about your aunt and things that might have gone on here. It could give me a few clues as to what might be happening."
There was a silence, and Jane thought for an awful moment he had hung up on her. Then he said,
"I tell you what, I'm tied up today, but why don't I pick you up tomorrow, about 12, and we'll have lunch somewhere? How does that sound?"
"It sounds... Yes, please, that would be great."
When they'd said their goodbyes, Jane felt something she hadn't experienced since the day Peter asked if he could take her out. A bubble of happy excitement rose up inside her. She almost danced back into the kitchen. It hadn't stopped raining, but a watery sun was attempting to shine through the clouds. She looked out of the window and saw a rainbow forming over the distant coastline. Perhaps it was a sign that things would turn out all right. The hours dragged by. The house was too quiet, too still. All she could hear was the low rumble of the sea and the raindrops pattering against the window, and all she could think about was how long she had to wait until noon tomorrow and seeing Nigel again. She baked the scones. She wandered restlessly round the house, did a bit of vacuuming and wiping round with a damp cloth. The early years of her childhood in a dirty, chaotic flat had made her obsessive about keeping things clean. Jane tried not to think back to those days, but sometimes the memories flashed into her mind. Once again, she was that chubby little kid with hair that was too bushy, too frizzy, too ginger, walking out through the playground, being pushed and poked and jeered at by the bigger kids, but not wanting to go home either. Her door key on a string round her neck, and climbing up the dark stairs smelling of boiled cabbage and cat pee to the dingy third-floor flat. The post piled up on the mat, final demands in angry red print, piles of unwashed clothes strewn over the floor, and the kitchen stacked with dirty dishes and empty bottles. "Mum?" There she was, sprawled on the sofa, cigarette butts strewn across the stained carpet. Shaking her, but getting no response but a slurred mumble. Well, at least when she was asleep, she wasn't shouting at her, slapping her. Going into the kitchen to make her own tea again, a slice or two of stale white bread. Jane pushed those thoughts away. Nan was right. They were in the past, and going over that time wouldn't change anything. "Pull your socks up, bonny lass," she heard Nan's voice in her head. "Get yourself smartened up." On a sudden impulse, she went to the bedroom and searched at the back of the drawer for her makeup bag. She rarely bothered with makeup, and hadn't at all since she last went to work. What was the point when she never went anywhere? She dabbed a bit of lipstick on her mouth, smiling and making kissing movements at her reflection in the mirror. She found some mascara, a little dried up through not being opened in a couple of years, but she applied it, and suddenly her invisibly pale lashes were transformed, making her eyes look large and bright. A bit of blusher brushed over her cheekbones, and the sad, wan face had already been replaced with a reflection that looked like the old Jane, the Jane before she lost Angela. She experimented with her hair, turning her head this way and that, trying it tied back, pulled into a high ponytail, pinning it up in a clip, then tumbling loose around her shoulders. There was a cold blast of air on the back of her neck. In the mirror, something moved behind her. She heard a rustling sound and saw a quick flash of red, someone flitting past, gone in a split second. She gasped, dropped her brush, swiveled round. There was nothing there. But the window was wide open, and the curtain was flapping in the wind. Still weak-kneed with the shock, she got up and closed it. She, or Peter, obviously hadn't shut it properly. It was just the curtain moving, of course. But she was sure she saw something red. And the curtains weren't red. They were pale grey. "First the log in the sea, now this," she muttered to herself. "My nerves may be in shreds, but I'm not making that mistake again. It was just the curtains blowing about. Just the curtains." Later, she made herself a sandwich and some tea and switched on the TV. She settled herself on the sofa, half-watched Come Dine With Me, but she couldn't concentrate. The lack of sleep last night finally caught up with her. Her eyelids drooped, and she fell deeply asleep, her head resting on the big red cushion that she'd become so attached to. There was something about the soft material of its cover, its warm colour and its plump bulkiness that she found especially comforting. When she woke, the room was dark. The rain was still pelting down, dashing against the window as she closed the curtains. The TV was still burbling away, the news and the weather forecast. Easterly winds, heavy showers, possibly turning to sleet later. She must have been asleep for 3 or 4 hours. Her phone jangled. It was Peter. "Darling, are you okay? I'll be home in an hour or so. I've had a bite to eat here. The Tans insisted, so don't bother to cook anything for me."
"Oh, okay," she said. "I'll get the fire started. It's turned so cold."
"Right. See you soon." She found the TV remote and clicked it off. Peter had left some twists of paper and kindling by the stove, but the log basket was empty. She laid the fire ready, picked up the basket and went to get the logs. They were stored in a little brick outhouse next to the porch. The porch light came on automatically as she stepped out, wishing she'd put her coat on. The rain was hammering down. God, what a filthy night. She staggered back into the house, her arms clutching the laden basket, and kicked the door shut with the back of her heel. Peter usually did this job. She hadn't realised how heavy logs were. The light in the sitting room was dim, with just a small table lamp on the dresser illuminating a small corner, but leaving most of the room in shadow. Jane turned her head towards a noise, a slight snuffling sound. The little girl stood very still, in the far corner of the room. Her head was down, wet ropes of hair hanging over her face, arms dangling by her side, and water dripping from her hands, from her hair. The basket dropped from Jane's arms, the logs rolling out and tumbling noisily across the wooden floor.
"You!"
Jane's voice was shrill with shock. In the shadows, the girl stood motionless, water still dripping down her and pooling on the floor round her bare feet. The Minnie Mouse red top and red trousers, which Jane now realised were pyjamas, were soaking wet and clung to her small frame. She looked real, solid, not ghostly. Jane tried to move, but her body had turned to stone. Her words came out as a rasping whisper.
"Who are you? Where did you come from?"
There was no answer, no movement. The wind and rain rattled against the window, and the muffled sound of Mrs. Mortimer's television came faintly through the wall.
"Please,"
Jane spoke softly, moved by a terrible wave of sorrow and pity. She wasn't afraid anymore. She wanted to put her arms round the child, make her feel safe.
"Tell me what you want me to do, sweetheart. I want to help you."
The girl raised her head, looking directly at Jane with her sad blue eyes.
"Don't leave,"
she said. Her high child's voice had a hollow, echoing quality about it, as if she was in a cave.
"What do you mean, don't leave?" "Don't leave," she repeated. "Of course I won't leave. Oh, you poor little love. You're soaking wet. Are you lost? Where's your mummy? Your daddy? Are you real? Do you come from next door, Mrs. Mortimer's? What's your name? Tell me what you want me to do. Please, please speak to me."
The lamp in the corner of the room began to flicker violently. It blinked rapidly on and off, making everything look speeded up, jerky, like a strobe light or a very old silent film. Then, snap. The room was in darkness. Nothing but blackness. Jane could see nothing. She fumbled around, her hands seeking out the back of the sofa. If she edged her way towards the shelf above the mantelpiece, she knew there was a box of matches there and a thick church candle. She stumbled forward, nearly tripping over the spilt logs, knocking her shin sharply against the coffee table. She yelped in pain and confusion. She had to find a light, quickly, see the child again.
"Are you still there?" she called out. "Stay here, don't go. I can help." She groped her way along the mantelpiece, knocking something over. The carriage clock. It clattered on the hearth tiles with a crash of shattering metal and glass. At last, her frantic fingers closed around the box of matches and found the candle next to it. Her hand was trembling so much she dropped the first match and, cursing, lit another, lit the wick, and the flame flared up, casting its dim glow over the room and throwing huge looming shadows on the walls and ceiling. She stared. There was no sign of the child. She seized the candle, looked in all the corners, behind the curtains, the chairs, ran to the kitchen, screaming at the top of her voice, "Where are you? Where are you?" She ran up the stairs, hot wax dripping onto her hand, checked every room, every cupboard, stumbling, crying, shouting, desperate to find her. Downstairs again, she rushed towards the door. Someone was knocking. Rap, rap, rap. Not Peter. He's got the key, she thought. Oh, please, let it be her, the poor little girl, soaked to the skin. If she was real and alive, not a ghost, she would bring her in, wrap a warm towel round her, keep her safe, call for help. She flung open the door. Oh, it was Mrs. Mortimer. She stood ramrod straight, as usual, her white, expressionless face looming up out of the dark like a Halloween mask. The porch light had not come on. "It's just a power cut, Mrs. Eagle," Mrs. Mortimer said. "Nothing to be concerned about. I've brought you a torch. I heard you shouting. You're all right, I hope?" Yes. I mean, no, not really." She took the torch from Mrs. Mortimer's outstretched hand. "I had a bit of a shock. It was so dark." "You won't be used to the dark being from the town," she said. "The wind's probably brought down a power line. They'll get it fixed in no time, I'm sure." Yes, I shall be fine now." Jane just wanted her to go away. She certainly wasn't going to tell the woman what had happened. She could just imagine her reaction, a slight twitch of the mouth and quizzical raising of one black-penciled eyebrow. Car headlights came jolting down the track. The downpour caught in their beam. Thank God, Peter was home. He leapt out of the car, holding his raincoat over his head, and dashed to the shelter of the porch. "Mrs. Mortimer, what's happening?" "There's been a power cut. I heard your wife screaming. I came round with a torch." "Thank you so much, Mrs. Mortimer," he said, going to put a hand on her shoulder, but thinking better of it. "That was very thoughtful of you." He turned to Jane. "You were screaming, darling? What on earth was the matter? I didn't think you were scared of the dark." Jane grabbed Peter's arm and pulled him inside, snapped a brisk good night to Mrs. Mortimer, shut the door on her, then bolted it firmly. "I am not scared of the dark," she said, turning to face him. "It's what's in the dark that scared me." "What are you talking about?" He was shaking out showers of raindrops from his wet coat. "Mind you don't trip," Jane said, pointing the torch to the floor. "The logs." "What are they doing all over the floor? And what happened to the clock? We'll have to replace that. Come on, let's get this fire lit. Then at least we'll have a bit more light and warmth. I need to dry out. And then you can tell me what's been going on here." Chapter 9. Mrs. Mortimer was not happy. Things were not going to plan. She had just got herself nicely settled for Coronation Street, Arabella in the crook of one arm, Lily in the other, and Whiskey curled up asleep at her feet, when she heard a rattling, thumping noise next door, like something rolling over the floor. Then the sitting room light started to dip on and off, and everything snapped off, the telly, the electric fire, every light in the house. She had to let the babies drop onto the sofa and nearly fell over Whiskey as she shuffled in the dark over to the sideboard where she kept a torch. Power cuts weren't unusual round these parts, so she had a torch ready in every room.
Hadn't Mr. Blackwood always praised her for being so well organised? Better check the fuse box just in case something's blown, she thought. But just as she was heading for the kitchen, there was a racket coming through the wall from next door. A noise of something smashing, then all this screaming and yelling. It must be her next door, up a height again about something. And hubby's car wasn't there, so she was on her own. She sighed. She would have to investigate. She didn't want to, but it was part of her job to keep an eye on what was going on. "It's all right, Whiskey. Mammy's just popping round to see what's up with wifey next door." She fetched the spare torch from the kitchen. Better take her this. These town folk getting a right fettle when they can't see the lights. She'd remembered to knock. The lass made it clear she didn't like it that time when she walked in. And when the door opened, Mrs. Eagle stared at her like she was from outer space and grabbed the torch out of her hand. Not so much as a thank you either. Then her hubby turned up. Very civil he was, thanked her quite politely, and so he should, coming out in the rain like she had done to see his missus was all right. And then she'd just slammed the door shut in her face. Some people had no manners. "I won't bother to go round if I hear her yelling again like that," she told Whiskey. "I thought she was being murdered, the noise she was making. Where are you?" she was shouting over and over. Who could she have been talking to? There was nobody there. "So, let me get this straight," Peter said. "You just came in the door and you saw her, this child, here in this room, standing in the corner by the bookshelves." Jane sat on the sofa, clutching the torch. Peter was kneeling at the hearth, sweeping up the shattered remains of the carriage clock with a dustpan and brush. Yes, that's right. I've already told you. I need to get this sorted in my head. You say she just vanished. It was pitch dark for at least a minute before I managed to light the candle, so I suppose she could have run away. So, if she was real, where did she go? Jane shrugged. "I don't know." So what? So, you're back to thinking she is a real live child now. Not a ghost, not a waking dream or a hallucination. Or a mistake. Peter stood up, pacing up and down, stroking his chin. A mistake? How can I have made a mistake? Peter seized the red cushion Jane was hugging. "Look, you said she was wearing red pyjamas. From a distance, in a dim light, this red cushion might just look like—" "For God's sake, Peter!" Jane snatched the cushion from his hand and threw it to the floor. "I'm not completely stupid. I do know the difference between a cushion and a little fair-haired girl wearing Minnie Mouse pyjamas. Okay. I'm just saying, it's easy to get things wrong, especially when you've got a fantastic imagination. Do you remember that time we were both convinced we saw a swan trapped in the hedge in the park? You were on the point of calling the RSPCA, but I went for a closer look and discovered it was just a white plastic bag caught on a branch and flapping about in the breeze." Yes, I do remember that," Jane said. "It wasn't just me, though. You thought it was a swan, too." "That's what I said. We were both sure it was. Just shows how easy it is for anyone to misinterpret what we think we see." An image of that log in the water flashed into her mind. She shuddered, pushing the memory away. "But this wasn't a mistake. I saw her as clearly as I see you now. And look, come over here." She took Peter's arm, pulling him towards the corner of the room where she'd seen the child. "There." Jane pointed the torch at a little puddle of water on the wooden floorboards. "I saw the rain dripping off her. She was soaked, wet through, just like she'd been in the sea." "Ah," he laughed. "A mermaid, then. Did she have a fish tail instead of legs?" Why did he make a fool of her? Why couldn't he take her seriously for once? Jane wanted to cry, but swallowed down the lump in her throat.
Crying would make her seem even more of a stupid baby than Peter already made her feel. She wouldn't do it. She used to be strong. She used to be able to stand up for herself, stand her ground. So she could do it again. If only she didn't feel so alone. Peter had seen her blinking, struggling against the tears. He put his arms round her, and she didn't pull away, although his face in the torch's beam looked sinister, like a stranger's, gaunt and hollow-eyed. "I'm sorry, darling," he said. "I can see there's water on the floor, and I've no idea how it got there. I'm as mystified as you are, and I do believe you saw something, if you say you did. But look, we can't put up with this another day. Have you spoken to Blackwood yet? Or the doctor?"
"I've told you till I'm blue in the face. I'm not going back on medication," she said, despite everything finding herself comforted by the familiar smell and firm tweedy roughness of his jacket against her cheek. "And no, I haven't spoken to Nigel Blackwood again." It was a lie, of course, but it was true she hadn't raised the question of them moving when she phoned him that morning. "Well, make sure you do tomorrow. Or if not the doctor, see if you can get an appointment with the therapist. We've got to get you some help, and getting you away from here's a start."
No. She shook her head. "How can I leave? That's the one thing she doesn't want me to do. She keeps begging me, you see. Don't leave, over and over again. She doesn't say, don't leave me. She says, don't leave. Don't leave this house. For some reason, I don't know, she wants me to stay here."
"Well, if you don't know the reason, how can you possibly help? I've said this before, I know. But you've got to accept the facts, Jane. And the facts are that we don't even know if she's real or a manifestation produced by your brain because of your illness."
Or she's a ghost, Jane thought, dreading the same old tedious arguments it would lead to if she said it out loud. She was tired, so tired. She couldn't bear to prolong this futile discussion any longer. As suddenly as they'd gone, the lights snapped back to life, flooding the room with brightness. The power had come back. Everything seemed normal again. The shadows banished.
"Ah, great," Peter said. "I'll get the kettle on and make us a hot drink. Then I think we should get to bed. We can talk about all this again when we're both feeling more settled."
Peter brewed up tea, and Jane carried her mug up to bed. When she'd gone, Peter got the kitchen roll and began to mop up the water on the floor. There was a half-full bottle of tonic water on the shelf nearby, left over from when he poured himself a gin and tonic the other night. Oh, so that's it. It must have got knocked over. He sniffed the wet kitchen paper. It didn't smell of tonic water. He dipped his finger in one of the few little drops left on the floor, tentatively dabbed it on his tongue. It tasted salty. That's odd, he thought. It was seawater. Chapter 10. Jane's stomach was rolling over with nausea and excitement as she waited at the kitchen window, staring up the track for Nigel Blackwood's silver-grey Mercedes. She hadn't felt like this since she was 17 and waiting outside the Odeon for Alex, the first boy who had ever asked her out, the first of a few short-lived and unsatisfactory relationships she'd had, until she realised she had nothing in common with boys her own age. It was 12:10. She began to wonder if he was going to come at all, if he had forgotten, or changed his mind. It was the first time in a long while she'd worn a skirt, black tights with knee-high boots, and her best suede jacket, not her usual stay-at-home uniform of joggers, fleece and trainers. She'd shampooed and conditioned her hair and fastened it back with a clip,
put on the dangly silver earrings Peter gave her last Christmas and which she'd never taken out of their little velvet box. Perhaps she was being ridiculous, reading more into this than she should. Nigel was just a nice, kind man who was good at listening and probably felt sorry for her. He surely had a lovely wife at home and wasn't thinking of anything other than a friendly, professional relationship with any woman, let alone a married, crazy woman who saw things nobody else did. 12:15, and still no Nigel. Jane turned her back on the window, her shoulders drooping. She would take her jacket off, get back in her fleece and joggers, forget about Nigel. It was a bad idea anyway, really quite a relief that nothing was going to happen. She would go for a long walk now the rain had stopped and there was a bright burst of sunshine piercing the dark clouds. Then she heard the crunch of car tyres. He was here. The autumn colours were blazing red and gold and yellow as Nigel drove down the country roads, under the winding tunnels of trees. They were heading south towards a little seaside town set in a wide sandy bay. With its church spire, rooftops, and cluster of pastel-coloured houses, from a distance it made Jane think of the Enid Blyton stories she'd read avidly as a child. 5 Go to Smuggler's Bay, perhaps? "This place used to be bristling with pirates and the like," Nigel told her. "Supposed to have a canny few ghosts as well." Now they sat opposite each other at a fireside table in the corner of a low-ceilinged bar with its ancient beams and horse brasses. It wasn't busy, but there was a quiet hum of conversation in the background and a crackling fire in the grate next to them. Jane said she'd have a tonic water with lemon. "Are you sure? Not a glass of wine?" Nigel said. "No, thanks. I know it makes me sound a bit prim and proper, but I just don't like the smell of alcohol. Never have. Oh, but I don't mind the smell of beer, though," she added hastily, watching Nigel set down his pint glass. They ordered fish and chips. Nigel sat back. "So, Jane, you wanted to talk to me about the house, its history?"
Yes, I told you about the face at the window, didn't I? And the whispering in my ear at night."
He nodded. She went on.
"Well, you probably won't believe this, but last night she was in the house, standing in the corner, as close as you are now. I tried to ask her questions, but she didn't answer. All she said was, 'Don't leave.' Then there was a power cut, and she disappeared. Nigel, she looked so real. But I think it's possible she might be a ghost. I think the house is haunted. So I wondered, have any other people staying there reported anything like that?"
No. I can honestly tell you nobody's ever said anything like that before. In fact, most people have commented on what a nice atmosphere it has. Cosy, welcoming.
Jane felt deflated. So she was the only one. The oddball. Because for all its quietly contemporary, fresh decor, the house had felt cold and forbidding from the moment she first saw those 2 chimneys on the horizon. It was, to her, as if even the old stone walls themselves held some secret sorrow she couldn't understand.
"Do you know anything about the background of the cottage? How did your aunt come to live there? What about the séances she held?"
Nigel took a long swig of his beer and tapped his fingertips together. "Well, it does have quite an interesting history. Lord Townley from the Hall had it built in about 1810, I think. He had a huge family, 14 children, and the cottage was a kind of glorified beach hut for them when they came down to bathe, have picnics and so on. There was probably more of a beach then, and the house was not so close to the sea. The coastline's eroded quite a bit over the last couple of 100 years.
At high tide it can't be more than 2 or 3 metres from the edge now. So, if it carries on eroding, the whole house could eventually disappear into the sea."
said Jane. Eventually, yes.
So, were there any tragic events from that time, do you know? Children drowning, things like that?
Not that I've heard. Are you thinking your little ghost might be one of Lord Townley's brood?
No, perhaps not. I don't think she'd have been wearing Minnie Mouse pyjamas in 1810.
That's true. Anyway, the Townley family died out a couple of generations later, and the hall and the bathing house both fell into disrepair. I think the army occupied the hall in both world wars, and I know in the last war the cottage was used as an invasion lookout spot for the Home Guard, like one of those coastal pillbox things. The hall was restored by the National Trust after the war, but the cottage stayed an empty shell with a caved-in roof until my grandfather, that was Arthur Blackwood, bought it for a song. That would have been a few years after the war, about 47 or 48. He was a doctor from Berwick. I don't think he was that keen on the prospect of working for the new NHS, so he decided to retire early, do the place up, extend it, and move the family there.
Their lunch arrived. 2 plates heaped with huge golden battered fish and fat chips.
That must have taken some doing, restoring a ruin, Jane said, suddenly very hungry. Her knife cut into the crisp batter with a satisfying crunch.
I believe so. Of course, that was over 20 years before I was born, but my dad was a lad around 10 or 11, so he remembered moving there. Apparently, the builders had to shift a whole lorry load of bird muck from inside before they could start work.
So, your aunt, Miss Blackwood, was she your dad's only sibling? Was she younger or older?
Yes, there were just the 2 children, my dad and my Auntie Irene. She would have been about 8 years older than Dad.
And Irene never married, and stayed on and lived there after your grandfather died?
Yes, that's right. Grandad died in 1978, Grandma Mabel about a year later. So my dad divided the cottage in 2. Irene stayed on in the part where you are now, and he let out the smaller part to the head groundsman at the hall, Eric Mortimer. He'd just got married to Peggy, needed somewhere bigger than his 1 room over the stables.
Ah, Mrs. Mortimer, said Jane, trying to imagine that grim-faced figure in black as a blushing young bride. What happened to Eric Mortimer? Did he die?
Ah, no. They were there about 5 years before Eric ran off with a woman from the village. Quite a scandal that caused. We never saw him again. But Dad let Peggy stay on, mainly because she looked after Irene for him. My dad was busy all through the early 80s, buying up cheap properties to restore as holiday homes. He employed Peggy Mortimer as a cleaner for them.
Poor old Morticia, said Jane. I feel quite sorry for her now. It must have turned her bitter. She told me she'd never had children.
No, she never did. I overheard my dad saying to Mam once that it must have been like making love to a broomstick. So maybe that was why. He laughed. Mrs. M was always on the thin and bony side, even in her younger days. And the young lady he left her for was quite buxom. And pregnant, so the rumours went.
This is all very fascinating, but it doesn't get me any nearer finding out who my little ghost girl could be. I was wondering, I know it sounds far-fetched, if she could be a spirit summoned up by one of your Aunt Irene's seances, and she just kind of hung around the place. But you say there's never been any reports of a ghost haunting the cottage before.
No, and I can't tell you very much about Irene and her seances. After Grandad and Grandma died, Mum and Dad used to take me and my brothers to visit her sometimes when we were kids, but we always thought she was a bit of a weird old bird, so we used to go off exploring the rock pools, plodging in the sea, mucking about on the little beach when the tide was out. We knew people regularly used to turn up and pay her a few pounds to tell their fortunes or try to put them through for a chat with some relative or other who'd passed on, but Dad never approved of it. He used to say, Irene had always been nuts, round the bend, as they used to call it. So he wouldn't talk about what went on, at least not to us kids.
So when did she die, your aunt? Jane said, laying down her knife and fork, finally defeated by the last 3 chips.
Oh, said Nigel, she's not dead. Well, not physically anyway.
What do you mean?
Dementia, I'm afraid. She was more and more away with the fairies as she got older. Peggy Mortimer got on with her quite well, as far as she gets on with anybody, so she used to look after her. But it reached a point where Auntie Irene was wandering about on the cliff top stark naked in the middle of the night, that sort of thing, so it wasn't right to expect Mrs. M to deal with her. She's been in a nursing home, must be 26, 27 years now. It's amazing she's lived that long, almost unheard of for dementia sufferers. I visited her quite often after my dad died 4 years ago, but she didn't know who I was, so what was the point? Now I only pop in to see how she is once or twice a year.
So when she went to the nursing home, that's when your father turned Irene's part of the house into a holiday let?
Yes, and very popular it's been too. Do you know there's an American couple book it for 5 weeks every summer? They just love it. The solitude, the sea view, and of course all the nearby old castles and the history the Americans go for.
And these Americans, do they? Jane began.
I know what you're going to ask. Do they have children? Maybe a little girl? A little girl who happened to meet with some tragic accident at the cottage, perhaps?
I was wondering that. Yes.
The answer to that is no. They're in their 70s. Their children are grown up and they come on their own. Sorry, Jane.
Nothing to be sorry about. I'm glad. I wouldn't wish losing a child on anybody. It's the worst thing in the world.
Of course, Nigel said. He put his big, firm hand over Jane's. Forgive me. I was being thoughtless.
That's okay, she said. She would forgive him anything with the warmth of his hand enveloping hers. She didn't ever want him to take it away. Just one more question, Nigel, I promise. You say Eric Mortimer's girlfriend was pregnant when he ran off with her. Do you know if the baby was a boy or a girl?
I don't know, I'm afraid. I heard they'd gone somewhere down south to live, or possibly gone abroad, that's all. And I was a young teenage lad at the time, so my parents didn't think it was a suitable topic to discuss in front of me. Do you think your ghost girl might be Eric Mortimer's love child? Come back to haunt poor childless Peggy?
Just a thought. I'm exploring every possible angle at the moment, Jane said, thinking to herself she sounded like the detective in a murder mystery.
Well, if it was a girl and she has come back, she must be a ghost. That child would be in her late 30s by now.
They ordered 2 coffees. Jane longed to ask more questions, but she didn't want him to feel as if he was being interrogated. In particular, she wanted to ask Nigel about his wife, if he had one. He said he had children, but he wasn't wearing a wedding ring. Instead, they chatted about inconsequential things. The weather, Newcastle United's prospects in the next weekend's match. Although Nigel was, as Jane had guessed, more of a rugby man, an avid Falcons supporter. Nigel paid the bill. Outside, the day had turned mild, almost unseasonably warm, the sun's rays drawing a steamy mist of evaporating rain up from the pavement.
I haven't got to go back to the office this afternoon, Nigel said. Do you fancy a little leg stretch along the beach?
They walked side by side along the path through the dunes and down onto the wide sweep of sand. Jane wished she'd worn her sandals so she could splash barefoot through the shallow water's edge, letting the foamy waves trickle through her toes. Peter always said there were 2 types of people. Those who loved to kick off their shoes, walk barefoot on grass, paddle in the sea, or dangle their feet in a cool trickling stream,
and those who kept their shoes and socks firmly on wherever they were, however hot the day. Peter was a shoes-off type, and so was she. Mrs. Mortimer was definitely a shoes-on person. But she wasn't sure about Nigel. "My turn to ask you a question," Nigel said.
"Of course. Ask me anything."
Every nerve in Jane's body was tingling and tight with anticipation. Their arms brushed each other as they walked along. Was he going to stop, put his arms around her, kiss her? "What does your husband think about what you saw last night?"
"Oh, to put it bluntly, he thinks it's a load of bollocks," Jane said, disappointed. She really did not want to talk about Peter. "He's a scientist. When he's confronted with something that can't be explained or worked out with logic, he dismisses it completely. There always has to be a logical reason for everything."
"And what does he think the reason is for these things you've been seeing?"
"My mental health issues, psychosis, waking dreams."
"So, what sort of scientist is Mr. Eagle?"
"He's a lecturer in theoretical physics. And he's actually Professor Eagle, although he only uses that title professionally. He reckons everyone not in academic circles pictures some eccentric, wild-haired person wearing odd socks and a funny bow tie when they hear the word professor."
"Ah, yes, I know what he means. Einstein pulling crazy faces in front of a blackboard covered in complicated mathematical squiggles."
"Exactly. Only it's a whiteboard these days. And he's not crazy, although his hair can get a bit Einstein-y sometimes."
"What is theoretical physics, anyway? Do you understand any of that stuff? I'm sure I don't."
He chuckled. "Not really," said Jane, wishing they could change the subject. "I do try, and I can grasp some of it. And as for what it is, Peter once tried to sum it up by explaining it's basically about trying to work out what stuff is and what stuff does."
"And as yet, we haven't worked out who your ghostly girl is, or why she's doing what she does," Nigel said. "I haven't been able to help much, have I?"
The sun had moved behind a low purple-black cloud, rolling in from the horizon. The temperature dropped as the sunlight vanished. Jane shivered. "I guess I'll just have to accept I'll never know the answers. And please don't feel bad about the things you've told me not being helpful. I've learnt a lot today."
"It's gone cool," he said. "Looks like it might rain again. Let's get back to the car."
They didn't talk much on the drive back. It started to rain, fat drops splattering the car windows. Jane wished they could just drive on and never go back to the cottage. But soon they were back, parked on the gravel patch. Nigel left his engine running, jumped out, and went round to open the passenger door. So it was to be a quick goodbye then. There was to be no embrace, no kiss. She thanked him for the lunch, said how nice it had been.
"Pleasure's all mine," he said. "We'll do it again sometime. And call me if you think of anything else I can help you with. Give my regards to the Professor."
She nodded, got her door key out of her shoulder bag. "Oh, and Jane," he called, one leg back in the car, "I nearly forgot. Can you confirm with Mr. Professor Eagle you will be vacating the cottage on December 17th and let Mrs. Mortimer know? She's got someone who wants to book for the week after that, so she'll need to sort that out ASAP." "Yes, will do." She smiled back at him, and he was away. As Jane put her key in the lock, she saw a hand moving inside the net curtain at Mrs. Mortimer's kitchen window, and Mrs. Mortimer stared straight at her, her expression even grimmer than usual. Jane smiled and waved, and the curtain immediately dropped back. Poor old Morticia, Jane thought. What a sad, lonely life she's had. Chapter 11. "Well, I wonder what's going on there." Peggy Mortimer had seen Mr. Blackwood's car drawing up outside. She was boiling herself an egg for her lunch.
How inconvenient of him to call on her without warning. He never usually did that. It must be something important, she'd thought, taking off her apron, checking her hair in the little mirror by the door. But he wasn't getting out of the car, and when she looked again, she saw her next door running out towards him. She'd tidied herself up a bit, put on a skirt, sorted out that messy hair, and there was Mr. Blackwood, beaming all over his face, holding open the passenger door for her, and off they went. It was a good few hours before she saw them come back. Surely there couldn't be anything going on between them. He'd been round at hers just a couple of days ago. Now here he was again, whisking her off somewhere. That didn't usually happen with other occupants of the cottage. If there was a problem, he more often than not asked her to sort it out for him. Everything was kept on a very professional basis, as it should be. She tutted. She was disappointed in Mr. Blackwood. She would have thought better of him. But then he was a man, so what did she expect? Of course, she could be wrong. She hoped she was. Mr. Eagle seemed decent enough for a man, and she didn't like to think of that sort of sordid carry-on happening right under his nose. We'd better keep a close watch on those two, Whiskey. The cat blinked his amber eyes at her, stretched, and curled up back to sleep in his basket. "Everything nice and peaceful today, was it?" Peter asked, turning the salad to go with the pasta bake Jane had made for their supper. "Nothing untoward happened?"
"No, it's all been quiet," Jane said, setting the plates on the breakfast bar. "I went for a walk before the rain started, did a bit of reading."
"Ah, good." He smiled, but he seemed tense.
"Oh, and I did speak to Nigel Blackwood. He needs to know if we are definitely leaving on December 17th. They've got a possible booking for the following week."
"Okay. Well, what do you think? It's really up to you, darling. Do you want to stay on longer?"
"I'm not sure. I don't particularly want to spend the depths of winter here. But, Peter, I know you'll not like me saying this. I don't want to go back until I've found out what that little girl wants, why she wants me to stay. Because if I leave before I know, I'll always wonder about it. Whether it's just my messed up mind, whether she was real, or, dare I say it, a spirit."
"Well, we don't want to go over the same old ground again," Peter said. "You know what I think about so-called ghosts."
Jane put down her fork. The big lunch she'd had with Nigel had killed her appetite. Or was it the decision she was being forced to make? "All right, let's go home on December 17th. But, Peter, will you go round and tell Mrs. Mortimer? She still gives me the creeps, even though I feel a bit sorry for her, knowing what happened."
"Oh? Has she been telling you a life story?"
"No, she never speaks to me unless she has to. I don't think she likes me, and I have to say the feeling's mutual. But Nigel Blackwood told me her husband ran off with someone a few years after they were married, and he was never seen again. Maybe that's what's turned her sour."
"Been having a good old gossip with nice Mr. B, have you?"
He was smiling, but there was an edge to his voice. She ignored his remark and scraped her uneaten food into the bin. That night, she lay thinking about Nigel, wondering what it was that attracted her. He wasn't particularly good-looking, and he certainly wasn't young, although a few years younger than Peter. There was just something about him. His warmth and good humour, his complete acceptance, without judgment, of everything she told him. He treated her like an adult, and she felt she could confide in him and it wouldn't lead to an argument, as it always seemed to with Peter. Peter came to bed and reached for her.
"Sorry, I got a bit tetchy about you chatting to Blackwood. I'm just a grumpy old sod, I guess. A grumpy old sod who's terrified he's going to lose his lovely young wife."
"Don't be silly. You're not going to lose me," she murmured.
Although she'd rather have gone to sleep, she turned towards him. But she couldn't stop herself imagining it was Nigel kissing her neck, stroking her body. The morning dawned calm and mild, and the sea lay smooth and pearly blue under a clear sky. Jane opened the window and breathed in the scent of the grass, fresh and glistening from yesterday's rain. And there was that evocative, salty, slightly rotten smell that wafted up at low tide, reminding her of seaside holidays with Nan in Whitby or Scarborough or Whitley Bay. Nan always said, "Oh, flower, will you breathe in that ozone? Does you a power of good." But Peter explained later that ozone had nothing to do with it, and ozone was in fact a toxic gas that smells of burning wire, and what you can actually smell is dimethyl sulfide, released by microbes in decaying seaweed. "The trouble is, you scientists have no poetry in your soul," Jane had teased him, shushing him when he began to tell her there was no scientific evidence to support the concept of a soul. Before he left for work, Peter said, "I'm not going to have time to speak to Morticia this morning, and I know you don't want to, so can you write her a quick note and pop it through the door, just to confirm we're going on that date?" Jane said she would, and watched at the kitchen window as he drove away. Now the day was hers to do with as she chose. But first she had to write that note. She kept it brief and formal. "Mrs. Mortimer, as requested by Mr. Blackwood, I am confirming that we will be vacating this property on the morning of December the 17th. Regards, Jane Eagle." She folded the paper, stuffed it in an envelope, and as she went towards the door, she felt a sudden, overwhelming compulsion to tear it up and throw it in the bin. The child's voice echoed loudly in her head, "Don't leave, don't leave." It took every bit of strength she possessed to hold on to that envelope. She clenched it in her hand. "But I must. I have to," she said out loud. To reach her door, she had to pass Mrs. Mortimer's kitchen window, and as she approached, she saw that Mrs. M had pulled aside the neat white net curtain and was leaning over her sink, vigorously cleaning the inside of the window with a duster. Mrs. M didn't seem to have spotted her approaching, so Jane hung back, wanting to avoid her coming out to ask what she wanted, and then having to engage in one of their uncomfortable exchanges. She waited out of sight for a while until Mrs. M put down the duster and turned away. Jane crept towards the door quickly, crouching down below the level of the window as she went, and hoping Mrs. M wouldn't notice the top of her head bobbing past. She glanced quickly at the window. Mrs. M was bending down to pick something up, her back to the window, then straightened up, lifting something to her shoulder. "A baby!" Jane gasped. "She's holding a baby!" It was only a split second, but that was surely the top of a newborn's wobbly little head she saw, sticking out of a white shawl, as Mrs. M held it against her. A moment later, Mrs. M left the kitchen, still carrying the bundle, still with her back to the window. Jane rushed to the door and pushed the note through the letterbox, then pelted back to the safety of her own door. What the hell was that? Was it a baby? Or am I imagining things again? Yes, she was sure it was a baby. But then she'd been absolutely sure it was a swan trapped in the hedge, that it was a child's body floating in the sea, that the flapping curtain was someone dashing behind her when she was looking in the mirror. What else could it have been? A bundle of washing? A rolled-up blanket? The other possibility was that Mrs. Mortimer was looking after someone's baby for them, someone from the village perhaps. She'd not noticed anyone coming to the cottage by car last night or this morning, but they could have wheeled the baby down the track in a pram. It must have been some kind of emergency. If so, surely only a desperate parent would leave their tiny baby with an old crow like Mrs. Mortimer, a woman who seemed to Jane the absolute antithesis of a maternal type. It was a sunny, windless autumn day.
She would go for a long walk and think this through, yet another strange thing to try and make sense of. And on her way, she would call in on Mrs. Armstrong at the farm and see if she could give her any answers. As she walked up the long track, Jane remembered the parcel they'd brought down from the farm for Mrs. Mortimer, the parcel that contained baby clothes. It seemed certain to Jane now that there was a baby in Mrs. M's life, one she looked after from time to time, one she cared for, one that had been born very recently to someone Mrs. M knew. She was in half a mind whether an intrusion on the Armstrongs would be welcome, but she needn't have worried. As she approached the farmyard gate, there was Tom Armstrong, busy forking a pungent mountain of manure onto the back of a trailer. He saw her, gave her a grin and a wave, and walked towards her, wiping his hands on his overall. "Hello again. The postie's left a package for you. You are Mrs. Jane Eagle, aren't you?"
"Yes, that's me. I can't think who's sending me a package."
"Oh, and there's a big parcel for Mrs. Mortimer too, but it'll be too big for you to carry back. I'll drop it down later on the tractor." An older man in a flat cap emerged from a barn. Tom called out, "Dad, come and meet Jane. She's staying down at Two Chimneys." Mr. Armstrong was a big-bellied man with the ruddy, leathery face of someone who's spent most of his life out in the open. "Brian Armstrong, pleased to meet you." He gave her a little half-salute with his forefinger to his cap. "Won't shake your hand. I've been mucking out the cowshed. You fancy a cuppa? It's our morning break. Been up since 5. Our lass is brewing up a pot of coffee if you want to come round to the kitchen." So Jane found herself sitting in the Armstrongs' big, messy kitchen, while Mrs. Armstrong, wearing her Wellingtons, poured the coffee. She cleared to one side lopsided piles of paper and what looked like the assorted oily innards of farm machinery that littered the table, and set a chipped mug down for Jane. Another young man she'd not seen before entered, nodded at Jane. "This is Adam, our other lad," Mrs. Armstrong said. "Adam, fetch the little parcel the postie left for Mrs. Eagle. It's on the hall table somewhere, I think." 2 dogs were sleeping in front of the Aga, an old grey-muzzled black Labrador and a young sheepdog. The Labrador stirred itself, then lumbered over and rested its chin on Jane's lap. She fondled its friendly head, enjoying the feel of its silky ears. "Dogs always seem to make a beeline for me. They must know I like them," Jane said. "I wish I had a dog to keep me company, but pets aren't allowed at the cottage." "I bet it was Peggy Mortimer insisted on that. She wouldn't want dogs around the place, chasing the cats," said Brian Armstrong. "How many cats does she have down there these days?"
"Only the one, I think. Why, did she used to have a lot of cats?"
"A lot? The bloody place was overrun with them." "You're exaggerating, Dad." Tom had come in and was washing his hands in the sink. "But I think she did have about 12 at one point." "Yes, until John Blackwood, Miss Blackwood's brother, intervened," said Mrs. Armstrong. "He had to. She was struggling to keep the place clean, and it was costing her a fortune feeding them all. The RSPCA came and took them, found them all good homes, I hope. They did leave her one. That must have been, a good 12 years ago, so that cat she's got now must be a descendant. She must have got it neutered if she's just got the one." "How come she had so many?" "Ah, well, I'll tell you, lass. It's a long story." Brian Armstrong settled down with his coffee mug in the chair opposite Jane. He was clearly a man who enjoyed a good gossip. Peggy Mortimer loved her cats. Preferred them to people, I reckon. She brought this cat with her when she and Eric moved in, but he hated cats, and that one in particular. He really liked his little garden out the back, and he used to throw stones at the cat when it started scratching up his seed bed. Anyway, this cat was female, and Eric was too mean to pay the vet's bill to get it seen to, so, of course, it kept producing litter after litter of kittens. At least 2 or 3 lots a year. "Oh, don't tell her this bit, Brian. It's horrible," said Mrs. Armstrong. He ignored her. Well, I was just a lad at the time. My dad had the farm then, and he sent me down the track to mend the fence where the sheep kept getting out at the bottom of the field near the cottage. And when I was down there, I saw him, Eric Mortimer, coming out of his house with a sack. He picks up the biggest stones and rocks he could find lying around, chucks them in the sack, and ties up the top with string. Then she comes out, his missus, wailing and shouting, "No, Eric, please not again. Please don't do it. I'll find them homes. Don't, Eric, don't." But he just pushes her away and marches up to the cliff top and hoys the sack into the sea.
There were kittens in the sack. He drowned them,
Jane said, aghast. Oh, aye, that's what he did, apparently, every time the cat had another litter. And old Miss Blackwood told me, before she went completely doolally, that sometimes he couldn't be bothered with the sack and the rocks and just threw the kittens on the open fire as soon as they were born. I reckon the only reason he didn't kill that cat was 'cause he used it to keep Peggy under his thumb. He was heard boasting in the pub he'd shoot it if she ever stepped out of line.
He sounds a horrible man,
Jane said. Aye, he was. Another thing I heard, he used to shoot rabbits, do a bit of illegal poaching too, I expect. Anyway, he brought in this rabbit he'd shot for Peggy to prepare for a stew, but it wasn't quite dead. So when she refused to skin it alive, he forced her to stamp on its head till it was dead, knowing how much she had a soft spot for animals. Good-looking young fella, mind. He could turn on the charm with the ladies when it suited him.
I heard about him running off with a woman from the village, Jane said, feeling slightly sick. I should imagine Mrs. Mortimer was glad to see the back of him.
Aye, you're not wrong. After he'd gone, the cat kept on producing kittens, and this time, of course, she kept them all. Well, most of them. Some escaped and went feral, and Mam and Dad took a few off her hands to keep the rats down in the barns. "Tell her about the bonfire, Brian," his wife urged. "I couldn't believe it when you told me that story." Well, it was only a few days after Eric and his young girlfriend disappeared. Our Mam came running in, and she said she'd seen a big cloud of smoke down the track. Me and Dad jumps in the Land Rover and rushes down there, thinking the cottage must be on fire. But there, in the field, just where Eric used to have his garden, was this huge bonfire, and on top of it was a bed. It was blazing away, mattress and all, so that just the metal bed springs were left. And out comes Peggy and Miss Blackwood, both holding big armfuls of bedding. All Eric's stuff, his clothes, even his shoes, and they hoyed them all into the flames. It was like she was trying to destroy every trace of him.
"I don't blame her," said Jane. "It does seem a bit extreme to burn a bed, though."
My dad calls out to Peggy, asks her why she's burning it, and she doesn't answer. But Miss Blackwood chips in. "It's defiled, Mr. Armstrong, tainted with sin." She was very religious, was old Miss Blackwood. I reckon it was her told Peggy about Eric and Katie Harris sneaking down to the cottage for their secret trysts while she was out doing her cleaning job. Miss Blackwood must have had a good idea what was going on, being right next door.
"Katie Harris, that was the woman he ran off with?" Jane asked. "I heard she was pregnant."
Yes, that was the rumour. I guess that was what made them decide to do a runner. She was only a teenager, no more than 18, a bonny lass, and old man Harris would have murdered Eric given the chance. Her dad was landlord at the Dog and Duck. That was the village pub, long since gone, of course. He found the note she left, saying she and Eric were leaving and couldn't say if or when they'd ever be back. He was mad as hell, but I think it destroyed him in the end, and his missus. Katie was their only child. They always hoped she'd turn up one day, but she never did. After a few years, they let the pub go downhill. Never recovered.
Eric and Katie, they went to London, didn't they?
Well, that's what her note said. But Mam and Dad always reckoned that was just to throw Jim Harris off the scent, and they'd really gone abroad somewhere. Eric drove one of those old beat-up Morris Minor Travellers. You'd be too young to remember them. Looked like a garden shed on wheels. It was found abandoned in a field near Newcastle Airport. No, I think they jumped on a plane and went abroad. Probably opened a bar in Benidorm or somewhere like that. Wouldn't surprise me if they're still there today.
Tom came over and sat at the table.
Yeah, and you oldies are still going on about it nearly 40 years later. He sighed. It was the only exciting bit of scandal that's ever happened round here, I suppose.
Well, it sounds to me like Mrs. Mortimer was well rid of him, Jane said.
Yes, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of Peggy.
Brian Armstrong leant back in his chair. He was enjoying retelling the story.
She must have been that angry and bitter after he'd gone, because she even ripped up his beloved little garden. My dad let him have a bit of land behind the cottage for it. It's not a good field for crops, too flinty, but Eric dug in some quality topsoil, put up a fence round it to keep the sheep out, spent every minute working there, when he wasn't up at the hall, or enjoying a spot of rumpy-pumpy with Katie. He chuckled, only stopping when Mrs. Armstrong turned and gave him an old-fashioned look. Aye, anyway, after he'd scarpered, she pulled up all his leeks and stuff, tore down the little greenhouse, even filled in the pond he'd spent hours making, and got rid of the rockery next to it with the water feature and everything. It was clever like that, Eric. A work of art it was. Brian, give it a rest, will you? She doesn't want to hear about all that, Mrs. Armstrong interrupted. Tom's right. It's ancient history now. Let the lass get away.
Actually, I think it's all fascinating, Jane said. I really couldn't make head nor tail of Mrs. Mortimer before, but now I understand a bit more why she's the way she is. Thank you. And for the coffee.
You're welcome. Call in any time, Mrs. Armstrong said. Oh, and don't forget your parcel. Jane had been so engrossed in Brian Armstrong's story, she hadn't even noticed Adam putting the padded envelope down on the table in front of her. Oh, and by the way, said Mrs. Armstrong, did you ever find out who that little girl was you were asking us about last time? Have you ever seen her again?
Jane didn't know what to say. To tell them everything would have involved another long conversation, and they were busy people with a farm to run. I have seen a glimpse of her a couple of times. You've still no idea, I suppose, who she could be?
No, sorry. We haven't seen any kids playing round here, have we?
Brian and the boys all shook their heads.
Nope, nothing like that.
Jane was halfway out of the kitchen door when she remembered the one question she'd intended to ask. Mrs. Armstrong, you wouldn't happen to know if Mrs. Mortimer ever does child-minding, looks after a baby? For a friend, or someone in her family, perhaps?
Peggy Mortimer? I wouldn't think so. She does have a sister, I believe, and a couple of nephews, but they're grown up and never visit. Why do you ask?
Oh, I just thought I saw... No, it's all right. I must have made a mistake. Right, thanks. I'm off to the village now. It's such a nice day.
Aye, canny weather for the time of year.
Once back on the track, Jane perched on a dry stone wall and tore open her parcel. It was a paperback book, Rebecca. Attached to the front cover by a paperclip was a handwritten note. With a joyful little heart skip, Jane recognised Susie's familiar big loopy handwriting. Hi, Jane. Found this at the back of my bookcase today, and just in case you haven't read it, or you've lost your own copy, I thought it might help you deal with that Mrs. Danvers neighbour you told me about. Sorry I've not been in touch for a while. I'm due a few days off, so thought, if it's okay with you, I'd come up and keep you company in the sticks sometime soon.
I'll drop you an email and we'll sort out dates. Lots of love, Susie. P.S. Got some mega exciting news, but you'll have to wait till I see you.
Chapter 12. The walk to the village took longer than Jane had expected, but she was enjoying it. The autumn air was dry and still, with the nostalgic scent of wood smoke drifting from a field somewhere near, and the trees a brilliant blaze of red and gold. Her feet fell into a satisfying rhythm on the road, and only the occasional passing car required her to step back onto the grassy verge. Susie's note and the book had lifted her spirits. Being out and away from the cottage, the heavy stone of grief she carried inside felt lighter. The brightness and colour that had drained from her life when Angela died was beginning to creep back, slowly. The village had no centre, no village green or duck pond, just a collection of old stone houses straggling along the road, mostly with drawn blinds at the windows, and a small modern estate still being built amidst a sea of mud, with a big notice board at the entrance announcing the opportunity to acquire one of the 36 stunning new executive homes. And further along the road, Jane found an ivy-covered red brick house, which she guessed must have been the Dog and Duck, because there was an empty post outside, which looked as if it had once held a pub sign. The place had been converted into a holiday let, as there was a plaque outside showing that it had been awarded 5-star accommodation status. Jane could picture the teenage Katie Harris creeping out of the side door, giggling with excitement, suitcase in hand, climbing in beside the handsome Eric Mortimer, waiting for her in his ancient Morris Traveller, engine running for a quick getaway. A little further on was a Victorian building with a bell tower named the Old School House, now long closed and converted into another holiday home. Next to it, a tiny tea shop called Polly's Parlour, closed, the chairs all upturned on the tables. Then a shuttered gift shop, also closed, and then an even smaller shop and post office, miraculously not closed, with a rack of dog-eared-looking postcards outside. The bell clanged as Jane pushed the door open, but the place seemed deserted. She looked around. It was crammed from floor to ceiling with all sorts of random stuff. Shelves packed with groceries, a freezer cabinet full of ice cream, dusty buckets and spades and fishing nets, books about Northumberland history and local walks. She picked up a packet of polo mints from the sweet selection on the counter and called out a tentative, "Hello?" A little beady-eyed woman who reminded Jane of a Beatrix Potter mouse suddenly popped out from behind a stack of toilet rolls. She was the first person Jane had seen since she left the Armstrongs' farm.
Goodness, this is like a ghost village, Jane said. Where is everybody?
Oh, it's always quiet this time of year, the woman replied. Her voice was mouse-like too. It's a different story come summertime.
Have you lived here long?
Oh, yes, all my life. One of the few left. It's nearly all holiday homes now, not like a proper community anymore. This place'll be closed soon, too. Not turning a profit these days. And I'm retiring next year. Got my eye on a nice little bungalow down in Amble.
Jane paid for the mints and browsed the book selection. Her attention was drawn to one with a blurry picture of Elsdon Gibbet, thankfully without a body hanging on it, on the cover. Ghosts and Haunted Highways of Northumberland by Norman Bell. She picked it up. $4.99. She had a fiver in her backpack.
Oh, this looks interesting. Are there any ghost stories from around here, do you know?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think there might be a grey lady or something supposed to haunt the hall, but I don't really take any notice of all that stuff. Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I'm staying at Two Chimneys Cottage. 1 or 2 creepy things have happened. You don't happen to know if there's any stories about it, do you?" The woman twitched her mousy little nose and lowered her voice, although there was nobody there to overhear. "No, but I'll tell you this. When we had a dog, me and my husband, we used to walk down there a lot when the old coastal path was still there, before they made the new path higher up near the road. The dog always used to freeze when we got to the cottage. Just sat down, whining, and wouldn't budge. He didn't like it one bit. We had to pick him up and carry him, right as rain again once we'd got past."
"They say dogs can sense things we can't," said Jane, handing over the £5 note.
"Aye, or it could have been something to do with all those cats that used to be running about the place. Does the cat woman still live there? Haven't seen her in the village for years."
"Mrs. Mortimer? Yes, she's still there. She's only got 1 cat now, though." The woman was ferreting about behind the counter, looking for a paper bag for the book. While she waited, Jane glanced at the posters pinned to the notice board leaning against the counter. There weren't many. A card advertising a cleaning job for a holiday cottage, something about the next WI meeting, St. Michael's Church Christmas Fair Committee meeting, an art exhibition in the village hall. Art exhibition? Jane felt quite excited, and it was still on, not closing till tomorrow. "Where's the village hall?" she asked.
"Turn left out of here, dear, and a little way along you'll see the church. It's next to that, just down the lane."
Jane put the book in her backpack next to Rebecca. Plenty of reading matter for the next couple of days. She called out a cheerful "Bye," but the woman had already scurried away to some dark hole at the back of the shop. The village hall next to the little church was a low wooden building, what her Nan would have called a glorified potting shed, with some sad-looking bunting fluttering at the entrance, and a sandwich board outside, saying, "Art exhibition. Tea, cakes, entrance £1." A spindly elderly man was inside the door, taking things off the trestle table and packing them in cardboard boxes. He gave Jane a surprised smile as she came in.
"Oh, we were just thinking of shutting up shop for the day. We've not had anyone in for hours."
Jane said,
"Oh, sorry. Could I just have a quick look round? I do a bit of painting myself."
"Do you? Yes, of course. Take all the time you want. You're most welcome. I'm Tim Wetherell, by the way, chairman of the art group for my sins. I'll see if Sheila can rustle you up a cup of tea and some cake. I think there's a bit of coffee and walnut left. Maybe some gingerbread. All homemade." Jane rooted around in her coat pocket for enough small change to cover the entrance fee. She threw £1's worth of 10 and 20p pieces in the biscuit tin. "No, it's fine. I haven't got any cash left for tea and cake, I'm afraid."
No. Refreshments are all included. Just pop into the side room when you've finished looking round. You'll find Sheila in there, presiding over the tea urn."
This day was turning out better than Jane had expected, and she'd almost forgotten about what she thought she saw in Mrs. Mortimer's kitchen. She wandered along the display boards, looking at the artwork. They were pleasant enough pictures, mostly landscapes, seascapes, watercolours so watery as to be insipid, 1 or 2 bright and cheery naive-style pictures inspired by Lowry, and some impressionistic oil paintings. One of these caught her eye immediately. It was of the cottage, at least the view from the top of the field, with just the familiar 2 tall chimneys visible, poking up against the backdrop of a dazzling blue strip of sea. It was a summer scene under a sunny sky. The foreground showed the field behind the cottage, not a scrubby piece of land full of thistles and clumps of yellowing grass and dotted with sheep as it was now, but a lush meadow, bright with a carpet of red poppies. Jane went right up close,
her nose almost touching the canvas, studying the brushstrokes. She loved the Impressionists, the magical way that what looked close up like a series of seemingly random blobs and dabs of paint, when viewed from a distance, came into focus and became wonderfully rich and real. And then, as she stepped back, she noticed something else in the picture. There was the little girl, standing amid the poppies, near the cottage, just where Jane had seen her for the first time. There was her blonde hair, her little white face, her red pyjamas. Jane peered at the figure, hardly able to believe her eyes. It was tiny, less than a centimetre high, and looked at closely was composed of 3 or 4 minute dabs of red, white, and pale yellow paint. Yet when she moved away, it was quite obviously a child. Breathless with shock, Jane found Tim. "Excuse me, that painting of the cottage roof and the field of poppies, do you know who painted it?" He grinned. "Do you like it? It's lovely, isn't it? You're in luck. It's one of my wife's efforts." He looked towards the adjoining room and the sound of clattering teacups. "Sheila, come here a minute, dear. There's a young lady here likes your picture." Sheila was an elegant, slender lady, late 60s or early 70s, wearing a floaty turquoise blouse and her grey hair pinned up. "Hello," she smiled eagerly. "Are you interested in that picture? It was marked up as £70, but I'd be happy to let you have it for 60. This was awkward. Jane could just imagine what Peter would say if she said she'd spent £60 on a good, but nonetheless amateur painting, and anyway she didn't have her bank card on her. "Well, I'm not sure. I need to think about it. It's a lovely picture, of course, but I'm mainly interested in it because I'm staying at that cottage at the moment. And what intrigues me, what I wanted to ask you, is about the figure of the little girl." Sheila frowned. "Little girl? There isn't a little girl in the picture. I do sometimes put a human or animal figure in my paintings, but I didn't with this one. It's actually copied from a photo Tim took of the poppies last summer." Tim nodded. "Yes, and if there was a human figure in the photo, I don't remember seeing it." They walked round together to examine the picture. Jane pointed to the figure. "It's tiny, but look, you can definitely see it's a child." Sheila lifted the spectacles that hung on a chain round her neck and peered at the painting. "Oh, yes, I see what you mean. How very odd. I'm sure I didn't paint that. It's got a bit of yellow in it. I don't think I even used any yellow when I was doing it." The 3 of them stood staring at the picture, at a loss for what to say, what explanation to offer. Jane broke the uneasy silence. "Could someone have added it without your knowing it?" "Why on earth would anyone do a thing like that?" Tim said, rubbing his chin. "This probably isn't any help, but—" Jane hesitated. "Do you know of any children round here? A visitor who looks like that? A little girl with long blonde hair?" "I can't think of any," said Sheila. "To tell you the truth, there aren't many young families left in the village now. They all want to be nearer to schools and entertainment, and there's not many can afford the new houses being built. As for holiday visitors, people with children generally like to be closer to a decent beach." "Well, thank you for pointing it out to us." Tim patted Jane's shoulder in one of those kindly meant but patronising gestures that reminded her of Peter. "I think it may have to go down as one of those weird mysteries we'll never solve." He paused, looking at the picture again. "Or, of course, it could be an optical illusion, like those visions of Jesus or the Virgin Mary people see in clouds or pieces of toast. Have you seen those pictures taken on Mars?
One of them showed a figure that looked just like a woman in a long dress, and all the alien life fanatics got very excited. But of course it was just a strange-shaped rock or a shadow or something.
Yes, of course, Jane said. The swan, the log in the sea, the flapping curtain, the baby next door. Here you go again, Jane. She silently scolded herself, making a total idiot of yourself. Her sunny mood had faded, and she just wanted to get away now.
Look, don't worry about the tea and cake. I think I'd better be on my way. Well, I tell you what, why don't you pop down your name and phone number?
Tim handed her a piece of paper and a pen.
You said you were an artist. You'd be very welcome to join our little group. We have a session on the second Thursday of every month, sometimes with a speaker or a demonstration, or even a visiting critic to point us in the right direction. But mostly we just sit and paint and have a good chat if we feel like it. How long are you staying in the area?
We go back to Newcastle in the middle of December. Jane reluctantly scribbled down her phone number. She couldn't think of an excuse not to.
Oh, that's splendid. Quite a while, then. We'll give you a call to let you know what's happening at the next meeting.
Jane thought how rude it would sound if she told him that when it came to painting, the only company she wanted was her own. So she said,
Yes, thank you. But it is rather a trek out here, and I don't have a car. Oh, we have members come from all over, not just the village. I'm sure we could sort out a lift for you.
Sheila handed her a small card.
And here's my number. If you decide you do want to buy the painting, it would make such a nice souvenir of your stay there, wouldn't it?
The walk back seemed much longer, and it started to spot with rain. Jane wished she brought her phone with her. Nigel may have been trying to call her. It was only 4:45 in the afternoon, and already the light was fading. Peggy Mortimer was feeling out of sorts. She must have pulled a muscle cleaning the windows, because there was a nagging pain in her back and under her right shoulder blade, and apart from a slice of toast at breakfast time, she hadn't felt like eating a thing all day. Thinking about her next door carrying on with Mr. Blackwood had upset her more than it should have. She saw to the bairns, although her heart wasn't in it today, especially not with Aidan. She hadn't really taken to him like the others. She didn't like the way his head flopped and wobbled, and his arms quivered so much when she picked him up. The clammy feel of his bare skin, and she didn't care for the way his startlingly blue eyes stared up at her as if he was terrified of her. And most of all, she didn't like having to look at him naked, with the ugly little boy parts every time she changed or bathed him. If she didn't warm to him, she could see she was going to have to get rid of him, or at least shut him in the cupboard where she wouldn't have to see him. She was just thinking of having a lie down to rest her painful shoulder when young Tom Armstrong from the farm came chugging down on his tractor and lifted a box off the back of the trailer. He banged on her window, shouted, "Another of them parcels for you, Mrs. M," before dumping it on her doorstep and heading back up the track. She brought it in. She would open it later when she felt a bit better. The box smelt of manure. She wrinkled her nose. Really, that new postie was a lazy bugger, not bothering to come down to the house any more. She didn't want nebby busybodies like them up at the farm, poking and prodding and speculating about what was in her private post, let alone getting it all soiled with their filthy muck. It was dark when she woke up from her rest. The shoulder still hurt, so she took 2 paracetamol and put the kettle on. And here was him next door getting out of his car, home from a long day at work, while his missus had been out gallivanting who knows where. He smiled at her as she looked out of the window and waved.
On an impulse, she opened the back door. "Mr. Eagle," she said, "please thank your wife for the note she put through my door this morning about your leaving date. It has certainly clarified the situation."
"No problem, Mrs. M."
"I was a little surprised to hear that you'll be staying on until December."
"Were you? Why's that? It's the date we agreed on when I booked us in."
"Indeed, yes. But I was under the impression that your wife was unsettled here. I couldn't help but notice she was out nearly all yesterday with Mr. Blackwood, and I assumed she must be looking at alternative accommodation."
He didn't say anything, just grunted, picked up his briefcase, and went through his door. Mrs. Mortimer returned to her kitchen. The kettle was boiling, and she was feeling much better. "Had a good day, darling?" Peter kissed Jane's cheek as she stood in the kitchen peeling potatoes. "Go anywhere interesting? Speak to anyone?"
Jane thought it was odd the way he was looking at her so intently. "Well, yes, actually. I called in at the farm and had coffee with them. Mr. Armstrong told me all sorts of interesting stuff about Morticia. Then I walked to the village. It was a bit, well, dead."
"Ah. No rosy-cheeked children dancing round a maypole. No peasants leaning on 5-bar gates, chewing straws."
"Oh, stop teasing. Of course I wasn't expecting that sort of thing. But I did get to talk to some of the locals, a funny little woman who runs the post office, and there was an art exhibition in the village hall, which was quite interesting, and I met a couple called Tim and Sheila who were very friendly, trying to get me to join their art group."
"Well, you should. It would do you good to have some company."
Jane wondered whether to tell him about the weird business of the figure in the painting. After all, this time it wasn't just her who saw it. Tim and Sheila did too. On the other hand, telling him would probably trigger off another lecture bringing up that bloody swan that wasn't a swan in the hedge again, and other examples along the lines of Tim's Woman on Mars story. And she definitely wouldn't mention Mrs. Mortimer and the baby either. They ate their sausage and mash in the kitchen. Jane gave him an account of the things Brian Armstrong had told her about Mrs. Mortimer, the hordes of cats, Eric and Katie Harris, the kitten killing, the bed burning, and the garden destroying.
"Good grief," he said. "Sounds like you wandered into the plot of a Thomas Hardy novel. Extraordinary."
But after this, Peter lapsed into a thoughtful silence. Probably tired, Jane thought. And he kept looking at her with a slight frown on his face. He'd left quite a bit of his meal uneaten when he put down his knife and fork. Then he said,
"Jane, I had a phone call a couple of days ago, asking me to do a presentation at a big conference. A bit of a last-minute thing. The guy who was meant to be delivering the main presentation has had a stroke or a heart attack or something, so they wanted me to step in. Of course, I told them I couldn't."
"Why ever not? Where is this conference?"
"The Netherlands, University of Utrecht. There's some pretty exciting new stuff coming out of research now, and they seem very interested in my last paper."
"But you must go, Peter. Why ever did you turn it down?"
"Well, to be honest, because it would mean being away for at least 4 days. Away from you."
"So?"
"Darling, I can't leave you here on your own, not with the way things have been with you lately. I'd be driving myself to the airport, so you wouldn't even have the car in an emergency."
"Oh, really? I shall be fine. You have to do it. The amount of work you've put into your research."
"No, Jane, it's impossible. Unless you came with me, of course."
Jane thought about it. A trip to Holland might be good. While Peter was at his conference, she could wander around Utrecht, which she'd heard was an interesting old city. But if she was there on her own, she thought of Nigel, and then there was Susie's promised visit.
Susie? Of course. She grasped Peter's hand. Listen, I've just had a brilliant idea. I heard from Susie today. She wants to come and visit. Why don't I ask her to come up here on the days you're going to be away? You wouldn't have to worry about me being on my own then, and we could get out and about in Susie's car, have lots of long walks together. It would be perfect.
Really?
The frown he'd worn since he came home melted from his brow.
You're right. That would be the ideal solution. Do you want to OK the dates with Susie? Then I can get on to the Utrecht people first thing tomorrow. Tell them I can do it.
Yes. Give me the dates and I'll text her straight away.
I'd be flying out there a week on Friday, he said. Probably be back by the following Thursday. I'd have to see what flights are available, of course.
Jane picked up her phone. She'd checked it as soon as she got in, but there was no voicemail or text from Nigel. She checked again. Nothing. She tried not to feel disappointed, concentrating on the prospect of Susie's visit and finding out about the mega-exciting news she'd mentioned. She couldn't think what that might be. A new job, maybe. Selfish, perhaps, but she hoped not. It wouldn't be the same if she went back to work and Susie wasn't there. She tapped out a text message and sent it. They took their mugs of coffee into the sitting room, turned on the television. Jane settled herself on the sofa, reached for her big red cushion. It wasn't there. Peter, where's the cushion?
I've no idea. I've not moved it.
Well, somebody has, and it definitely wasn't me. Jane searched round the back of the sofa, under the sofa, and chairs, all around the living room, not a sign of it. She even ran upstairs to check the bedrooms. Are you sure you haven't put it somewhere? Try to think. No, Jane, why are you making such a fuss about a cushion? Because I'm fed up with all this strange stuff happening, that's why. Peter sighed. Perhaps Morticia popped in while you were gadding about, decided it needed a wash. She's got no right to pop in, as you put it. I told her before not to. I don't want her snooping round the place moving stuff, and I don't know what you mean by gadding about. I only went for a walk. She could feel the hysteria rising in her voice. Come on, Jane, calm down. Don't get yourself into a state about it. It'll turn up, he said, patting the sofa next to him. Sit down and relax for a bit. Tell me about these books you've acquired today. He picked up the haunted Northumberland one, gave a scornful chuckle, tossed it back on the coffee table. Susie sent me the Rebecca. She said it might help me deal with Mrs. Danvers, alias Mortimer. The one about ghosts I bought in the village shop. You and your books, Peter said, smiling as he stirred his coffee. This one about the hauntings, does it by any chance mention the infamous cushion-stealing ghost of Two Chimneys Cottage? She ignored him. Her phone pinged, a text from Susie, prefaced by a smiley emoji. Yay, those dates are fine with me. See you a week on Friday then. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Chapter 13. It was another mild sunny day, almost an Indian summer, the sea sparkling in the sun. Jane took her morning coffee outside and leant on the stone wall that separated the tiny strip of grass from the beach below. She breathed in the sea air, the seaweed smell that wasn't ozone. The phone in her pocket jangled. Nigel? No, not Nigel. Ah, is that Jane? Sheila Wetherell here. We met at the village hall yesterday. It's about the picture you were interested in. Oh no, Jane thought. How on earth do I tell her politely I don't want to buy her painting? Yes? It's the strangest thing, Jane. We've just this minute arrived at the hall. It's the last day of the exhibition today. Anyway, when I looked at the poppies painting just now, that little figure, or what looked to us like a figure, well, It had completely disappeared. Not there at all. Tim said I must ring and tell you.
A cold feeling swept over Jane, although the weather was warm.
Oh, how peculiar, isn't it? But Tim thinks it might have been a squashed insect that got stuck to the paint when it hadn't quite dried, and from a distance it did indeed look like the figure of a child. Though it's funny, I never noticed it when I was putting it in its frame or hanging it for the exhibition.
Another of Tim's suggestions was that it was a crumb or two from my strawberry jam and lemon curd tarts that we brought over to the hall with my pictures. She didn't sound convinced,
except the pictures were all well protected with bubble wrap. Anyway, whatever it was, it must have fallen off somehow. Well, thank you for letting me know. I guess we'll never know. No, I wish I'd taken a photo of it now. It would have caused quite a bit of interest on my Facebook page. All good publicity for my work. Oh, and I've reduced the price of the picture to £50. An absolute bargain for an original. Yes, it is. I'm just sorry, I can't afford it at the moment, Jane said quickly. Sorry, Sheila. Got to go, I'm afraid. Thanks for ringing.
She tapped the hang up button quickly. Nigel might be trying to get through. Jane drained her coffee and left the mug on top of the wall. It was such a beautiful morning, and as the tide was out, she would make her way down the narrow stone steps to the little beach that was only exposed at low tide. She would take a few photos on her phone and maybe use one of them to embark on a painting. The art exhibition in the village had inspired her to take up her brushes again, and it would distract her attention from everything that had happened. Just as Mrs. Mortimer had warned them on that first visit to the cottage, the steps were slimy and slippery with seaweed, so she edged her way down gingerly. The little stretch of sand and pebbles was only about 3 or 4 metres wide to the sea's edge, but there was a handy flat rock to climb on and give her a better view. The sea was clear, lapping up the beach in slow, gentle rolls of white froth. Jane took a picture of the waves, thinking the patterns they made as they crawled over the sand and stones would make a good semi-abstract painting. As she stepped down from the rock to look at the picture she'd just taken, her eye was caught by something red wedged down the side. It was the cushion. Jane tugged at the corner, pulled it out. It was heavy, soaked through and streaming with seawater. It must have been there for some time, submerged by the sea at high tide. Someone must have taken it off the sofa, out of the cottage, and left it on the rocks, maybe thrown it in the sea. But who? And why? Yet again, her brain raced through a series of possible explanations. Could Peter have taken a dislike to the cushion, jealous of the way she liked to hold it? No, that was too ridiculous. Or perhaps one of the farm dogs, or a passing walker's dog, got in the cottage when the door was open and taken it out. That was a possibility, although she hadn't seen a dog around and never left the door open for any length of time. Peter suggested yesterday that Mrs. Mortimer might have taken it to wash, but why would she have dumped it in the sea? If she'd washed it and hung it out to dry, there had been no wind to speak of recently, and anyway it was too heavy to have blown off the line. She carried the dripping cushion carefully up the steps and placed it on the wall. What sort of insane dream was she living in? Not for the first time, Jane thought of a book Nan had given her when she was a child, the story that first sparked her passion for reading, Alice in Wonderland. Now, even more than she had then, she felt like Alice, a girl who finds herself wandering in an alternative world inhabited by strange and fantastic creatures, and trying to make sense of a series of random and disturbing happenings that defied all logic. Mrs. Mortimer's tabby cat appeared from nowhere, suddenly startling her by jumping up beside her and sitting on the wall.
It swished its tail, staring at Jane. She wouldn't have been surprised at that moment if it had suddenly turned itself into the Cheshire Cat, grinning and talking, telling her what it said to Alice. "We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad."
"Yes, you're right, Cat. Maybe I am mad," she murmured out loud.
"Jane," said a voice behind her. She turned round. Nigel was looking at her with a puzzled frown on his face. "Are you okay?"
"Oh, Nigel."
Embarrassed, flustered, glad, she felt the tears filling her eyes. Then he was holding her, enfolding her in his big arms. She rested her head against his white shirt. He felt solid, strong, and smelt of cologne, not overpowering, with hints of citrus and spice. She never wanted to let him go, but he gently released her. "Come on, shall we go inside, and you can tell me what's happened?" Jane recovered her composure. She made him some coffee. Nigel seated himself in the armchair. She wished he had sat on the sofa so that she could sit next to him. Instead, she sat on the sofa and, in a rush of words, told him about everything. The cushion, about thinking she saw Mrs. Mortimer holding a baby, and yesterday's business with the figure in the painting. Talking through all these things now, they seemed trivial and silly, a series of odd incidents, and apart from the cushion on the beach, probably optical illusions. "But no more sightings of the little girl here?" Nigel asked.
"No, it's been quiet in that respect."
"Sounds like your nerves are in shreds. Listen, I called in today because I've got a suggestion I thought might help you, but now I'm not so sure it would be a good idea if you're feeling fragile."
"Tell me. I can only say no."
"Have you heard of the name Norman Bell?"
"Norman Bell? I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently, but I can't remember where. Why? Who is he?"
"I've known Norman for years. He used to be very friendly with my Auntie Irene, through the spiritualist church she went to. He was a kind of young protégé of hers. He's quite a well-known psychic now, on these shows you see advertised, you know, the ones that fill village halls and theatres with folk wanting to get through to their late Uncle Fred, that sort of thing. I think he's been on a couple of TV shows as well, where they creep round some supposedly haunted place with torches, and nobody ever thinks to switch the light on."
"Norman Bell."
Jane picked up the ghost book from the coffee table.
"Now I remember. I bought this book yesterday."
"There's a coincidence." "Ha! Yes, it must be a sign. Anyway, he's a canny enough fella. Doesn't seem like a fraudster, or just in it for the money. I'm not saying I believe in it, but I keep an open mind. So, when I ran into him the other day, we got talking, and I told him a little bit about what you'd been experiencing, and he got quite excited. He knows this house well, you see, because he used to be a regular at Auntie Irene's séances."
"And did he say it could be haunted?"
"No. But he's interested, very interested, and I thought, well, if he could somehow get through to this child, if she is a ghost, find out what happened to her, what she wants, why she doesn't want you to leave, that might answer a lot of questions for you."
"Yes! Oh, yes!"
Jane leant forward, excited, wanting to grasp Nigel's hands, but the coffee table was in the way.
"Nigel, that would be brilliant. When can he come?"
"I'll have to get back to him. I needed to speak to you first, of course, but it may not be for a day or two. He's quite a busy man these days."
"Not a weekend, though. Not when Peter's here. He doesn't approve of that sort of thing. Thinks they're all charlatans, preying on people's grief. And Lord knows I know how it feels, being so desperate just to feel some connection with someone you've lost."
Nigel nodded. "Of course. Even if it is baloney, if it brings comfort to bereaved people, what can be the harm? But you know, you should tell your husband.
I don't like to think I'm helping to arrange something like this behind his back. He lives here too. It wouldn't be right. An honourable, principled man, Jane thought. Of course he was. And that embrace they'd shared was just to comfort her, nothing more. She wished it had been more, but then again, maybe his basic decency was one of the things she liked so much about him. After he had gone, promising to be in touch after he'd spoken to Norman, Jane went out to fetch the cushion. It had dried off in the sun, but the material was stiff with salt water and a strong seaweed smell clung to it. She stuffed it in the washing machine and turned it on. He was there again. Peggy Mortimer was looking out of her living room window when she heard his car draw up on the other side of the house. She'd been watching her next door down on the beach, seen her come up again carrying what looked like the lovely IKEA cushion from the sofa. She must have taken it down to sit on, probably getting it all stained and torn and covered in wet sand. She would have to have a word with the hubby, point out that on no account were any items, and especially not soft furnishings, to be taken out of the house. Whiskey was out there on the wall. Her next door stared at him, looking jittery. So she didn't like cats. That was no surprise. Her sort, nervy, excitable, never did. Just as Whiskey jumped down and stalked off, Mr. Blackwood came round the side of the house, and next thing she saw, he had his arms around her, and they were canoodling. There, in broad daylight. They had no shame. Disgust twisted her stomach, and she wanted to retch. The rest of the week passed quietly for Jane. Nothing strange happened. The cushion, now clean, dry, and smelling pleasantly of fabric softener, was back on the sofa and stayed there. There were no visions, no voices. Nigel didn't call. Mrs. Mortimer stayed out of sight. The Indian summer continued, and Jane went for long walks along the coast, taking pictures, making rough sketches, and later at the cottage, settling down with the easel and canvases and paints Peter had fetched from the flat. Hours passed while she worked, totally absorbed, relaxed, calm. Angela was still always there, of course, but the pain inside was becoming duller, less hard and sharp. When he came home, Peter was attentive and loving. One day he surprised her by arriving back in the early afternoon. He'd taken a few days off, he said, so that he could prepare for the Utrecht conference. He drove them out to Bamborough for a walk along the wide beach, empty apart from the occasional dog walker, under the shadow of the castle. The clocks had gone back now, so the twilight came early, and they watched the sun set behind the castle in a blaze of red sky, and then went for a pub supper. On the last day of October, the fine weather broke, turning wet and stormy. It was Halloween. Peter said, "Well, at least on a night like this we won't get any kids pestering us with their trick-or-treating down here." He'd been making jokes all evening about Mrs. Mortimer being out on her broomstick. The logs crackled soothingly in the burner. "You know, I think I'm beginning to like being here," Jane said, putting down her book. She'd only got 5 pages into Rebecca. "I almost wish we were staying for Christmas." "Do you? That's a good sign, darling. A sign you're getting better. I suppose we could always say we'll stay if that other booking falls through, or we could move somewhere else nearby." "Christmas in the flat is quite difficult for me," Jane said. "You know, the memories." She thought of 3 years ago, the last Christmas with Angela, how special it had been. She and Peter waking even earlier than her and tiptoeing into her room so they could watch her wake and discover the little stocking stuffed with presents at the end of her cot. The way she toddled round the Christmas tree, clapping her hands with delight, chuckling at all the presents under it. The soft toy rabbit she loved from the moment she unwrapped it, clutching it to her face and shouting, "Babbitt! Babbitt!" Peter had said, "Next Christmas she'll be talking properly." They never dreamed there wouldn't be a next Christmas for their daughter. "Shall I have a word with Morticia? See if that other booking is still going ahead?" Jane thought for a while. The wind outside was getting noisy. "No, let's stick to the plan. I've got to face it, go back sometime, and it is our home. We have to get used to Christmases without Angela." She opened her book again. There was a long, drawn-out sigh, an ah sound, followed by a slow exhale of breath. "What's the matter, Peter?" "Nothing. Why'd you ask?" "You sighed." "No, I didn't." "You did, I heard you." "Must have been the wind in the chimney." No, someone sighed. And come to think of it, it wasn't Peter. It sounded like a child. That night, Jane fell asleep to the soothing sound of rain falling above the low, sloping ceiling of their bedroom under the eaves. Some hours later, something woke her, some unfamiliar sound intruding on her dream. For a while, she lay drowsily listening to Peter's quiet snoring beside her and the pattering of the rain. And then she was wide awake, her heart pounding, because the pattering sound was not coming from the roof. It was footsteps, quick, light footsteps of someone running up the stairs and along the landing, a slap, slap, slap sound of bare feet on the wooden floor. "Peter!" She sat up, shook his shoulder. He grunted and turned over, snoring again. "Peter, wake up! There's someone in the house!" The bedroom door slowly swung ajar. In the open doorway was the outline of a small figure, only just visible as a dark shape in the dim light cast by the bedside alarm clock. The voice came in a low hiss, each word clear, deliberate, insistent. "Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave." Chapter 14. Peter paced up and down the bedroom, combing his fingers through his hair. "I thought you were getting better, that things were calming down. We can't go on like this, Jane. We've got to get you back to your consultant again, get you back on the Risperdal. If we don't, I'm going to end up as crazy as me," Jane said. "You know I'd never use that word. It's an illness. Can't you see? Darling, you need help. I need help. I don't know how to cope with this anymore." The beginnings of a grey dawn were breaking outside. Jane lay rigid against the pillows. "I'm sorry if I woke you, Peter. I was shocked, that's all. You don't expect to see someone standing at your bedroom door in the middle of the night." "You were shocked. How do you think I felt, hearing your blood-curdling scream? I thought you were being murdered. And having scared me half to death, I turn on the light and there's nobody there. Not a soul." "Well, she was there, in the doorway. What more can I say?" Jane huddled under the duvet, feeling cold, miserable. She could see Peter was at the end of his tether, but she knew what she'd seen, and she didn't know how to help him. Peter sat on the end of the bed. "I shall have to cancel Utrecht. I can't possibly leave you while you're in this state." "No, you must go. Susie's coming, remember, so I won't be alone. And I'm not in a state. I'm quite calm now. And—" She hesitated, knowing that what she was going to say would not go down well. But Nigel was right. He must know. "Peter, don't get angry. But I'm arranging for someone to come to the house. Someone who might help. He's a psychic, a paranormal investigator. I'm hoping he may be able to—" "No, Jane, no," Peter exploded. "Absolutely not. You know what I think of those people. Mostly frauds, and the ones who aren't are just plain deluded. How much is he asking?
I don't think he wants anything. He knew Miss Blackwood. He used to visit when she was living here, so he's interested to help. See if he can get through to the child.
Oh, for God's sake. Peter gave an exasperated sigh. You are so naive. It's ridiculous for a grown woman, an intelligent woman. You don't want a ghost hunter. You want medication, Jane. Time to grow up. Face facts.
No, it's you who should face facts, Jane hurled back at him. The fact that we're not living in the Victorian age, that you can't tell me what to do and what not to do, and you can't tell me what to think, what to believe. I'm your wife, not your slave, and you can't control me. If I don't want to take medication, I won't, and if I want to get Norman Bell here, I will.
He held up his hands. Okay. Have it your own way. I'm going downstairs to make tea, see if there's any spooks hiding in the kitchen cupboards.
He stomped off. Jane heard the click of him turning on the landing light, his thumping footsteps. But halfway across the landing, he stopped abruptly. There was a pause. Then she heard him mutter, "Jesus Christ!" Now he was back at the doorway, staring at Jane, his face white.
Darling, come and look at this.
She followed him out. Just a couple of strides away from the top of the stairs, he pointed down to the wooden floor. The floor felt damp, and along it ran the clear outline of footprints. Small footprints, half the size of an adult's. There were the curved outlines of the outer side of a foot, the ball of a foot, 2 neat rows of little round toes, and both heels, leading towards the bedroom door. Droplets of water sprinkled beside them. But strangely, there was no trail of the little footmarks coming back. They stood together, silent, staring. Peter reached for Jane's hand and squeezed it. In a low voice, he said,
Okay, so, I'll admit this is weird. Seriously weird.
Jane resisted the temptation to shout, "I told you so." She kept her voice calm and steady. "Yes, it is weird. Peter, let's go and make that tea and think about this." But Peter was flying down the stairs.
If there's been a kid in this house, they won't have got out. I bolted the door last night and all the windows are locked. I'll find the little bugger, whoever he or she is.
Jane ran down after him. "So if she can't get out, how could she have got in? When? And why?"
Oh, I don't know.
Peter stormed frantically round the living room, throwing curtains open, peering under the coffee table.
Unlikely, I know, but maybe it was one of those trick-or-treat pests who go out on Halloween. Thought it would be fun to sneak in and hide.
"So why the bare feet?"
I don't know,
he shouted.
Or maybe you were right about Morticia all along and the kid comes from next door?
He paused, frowned, looked upwards.
Jane, do you remember you suggested once that your mystery kid could have come down through a hatch in the ceiling?
Yes, but Peter was bounding up the stairs again. "There's a hatch into the loft up here somewhere. I remember noticing it the other day," he called. Then a triumphant yell. "Yes, it's here, at the end of the landing, next to the bathroom. But if the kid did come down from the loft, how the hell did she, or he, get back up here? There's no ladder lying around. And more to the point, how am I going to get up there to have a look?" Jane wanted to say, "Don't waste your time. There's nobody up there. The child is a spirit." But she couldn't face another argument with him in this mood. He'd headed for the spare bedroom, his study, and was hurriedly shifting piles of books and paper and his laptop off the small table he was using as a work desk.
"Give me a hand with this, Jane. I need to stand on something to get that hatch open."
Reluctantly, she helped him drag the table out into the passageway under the hatch. Peter leapt up on it. "Oh, Peter, please be careful. You're going to break your leg if you lose your balance," she said. Peter was pushing with the flat of both hands against the hatch. The table wobbled. "Shit," he grunted. "There's no handle or anything. It's not shifting. Maybe if I try to slide it." There was a grating sound as the trapdoor slid open a few inches. A few more hard pushes and grunts, and it was halfway open. Jane looked up into the space above Peter's head. She couldn't see anything. "I'll fetch you a torch," she said, "the one Mrs. Mortimer lent me." The torch found and handed to Peter, Jane watched as with much puffing and pushing, the hatch opened fully. Using all his arm strength, he heaved himself up into the narrow space, his pyjama-clad legs disappearing into the dark void. "Well?" called Jane. "What can you see?" "Just a minute. I'm looking around," came his muffled voice. She heard scuffling and banging. "It's a tiny loft. There's not much space. I'm having to crawl on elbows and knees. And there's obviously been some thick insulation stuff put down. Makes it even more cramped." He coughed. "God, it's dusty." "No children hiding in there, then?" He didn't reply. Minutes ticked by. Jane heard the odd thump, more coughing, and eventually Peter's legs reappeared at the open hatch, and he lowered himself down, slid the hatch closed. His hair, his face, his pyjamas were grey with dust. "Well," he said, "I think we can safely say there's been nobody up there for a while. And as I thought, it hasn't been divided. Both parts of the house share the same roof space." "So, did you find another hatch above Mrs. Mortimer's?" "No, at least I couldn't see one. It's either hidden under the loft insulation, or this hatch here must be the only one. So that rather blows out of the water the theory of a child coming from next door via the loft." Jane took his arm. "Come on, Peter, let's get that tea. Then I think you'd better have a shower and get dressed." Peter was silent as he sipped the tea, obviously thinking hard. After a few minutes, he put down the mug and said, "I did find something quite interesting up there, though." "What?" "Well, there were a few cardboard boxes, about half a dozen, taped up, so I didn't open them, and a tea chest seemed to be full of gardening stuff, spades, forks, trowels, that sort of thing." "Oh, yes. They must have belonged to Eric Mortimer. Remember, I told you he used to have a garden at the back." "Right. But then there was this long, flattish metal box, absolutely thick with dust, so obviously not been touched in a long while. It wasn't locked, so I had a look inside. It was a shotgun. I didn't want to pick it up to check if it was loaded, but there was a half-full box of cartridges next to it." "Really?" Jane said. "Wow. But that makes sense, Peter. Brian Armstrong told me Eric used to shoot rabbits, probably game too. Mrs. Mortimer must have shoved it away up there after he left her." "Well, strictly speaking, it's illegal. I bet she doesn't have a gun license for it, and she certainly doesn't keep it locked up like you're meant to." "Should we report it, do you think?" Jane said. "Good grief, no," Peter laughed. "Poor old Morticia. She's probably forgotten it's there. Just don't let's upset her, that's all." They were both smiling now. The mood lightened. Yet the mystery of the footprints hung between them, like a dark cloud of doubt and uncertainty. "It's like the thing with the cushion. Just something we're never going to know the truth about," Jane said. And the figure in the painting, she thought. She'd not told Peter about that. "Unless your psychic pal can come up with something," Peter said. The whole incident had unsettled him, challenged his confidence in his judgment, that there was an explanation for everything. But he was in a better frame of mind now, and willing to accept Jane's search for an answer.
"I'll wipe that wet floor over, I think. I don't want to have to wait for it to dry, see it every time I go upstairs."
He took the kitchen mop up the stairs, but when he looked at the landing floor, it was clean and completely dry. Mrs. Mortimer was agitated. Really, this was too much. The sooner those two next door left, the better. She was having trouble sleeping anyway, what with the pain, which was getting worse and had now moved into her stomach. She'd just managed to drop off when she was woken by this screaming on the other side of the bedroom wall. It was her again, yelling and shouting. The woman was quite obviously off her rocker. She tried to get back to sleep, but she could hear the pair of them arguing, him shouting, her shouting back. What a carry-on. In the end, she gave up on sleep, got up, and popped into the nursery. Picking up one of the babies always helped to calm her when her nerves were on edge. Whiskey padded after her, wanting his breakfast. She was just lifting Arabella from her cot when there was an almighty thump from above. The sudden noise startled Whiskey. He shot up the nursery curtains, ripping the nets with his claws, then slithered down, still clinging on, shredding the nets to ribbons and bringing the curtain pole clattering down with him. As if she hadn't got enough to do. Now she'd have to hang new nets and refix the curtain pole. Not that she blamed the cat. It was them next door caused it, scaring poor Whiskey. She could still hear someone shuffling about up there. What were they doing going up in the loft? Were they poking about, going through things that didn't concern them? She would have to speak to Mr. Blackwood and get him to put a lock on the loft hatch. Mind, that might not do any good, seeing as he's carrying on with her next door. Was that what all the shouting was about? She wondered. She'd go and make herself some tea, have a think what to do. But she wouldn't make toast today. Just the thought of food turned her stomach. Chapter 15. Norman Bell wasn't what Jane had expected. From what she'd seen of celebrity psychics, she'd imagined some smooth, shiny-suited type with coiffed silver hair. The sort you could imagine doing carpet adverts on TV if they hadn't been busy chatting to dead people. Jane had been up since 5 that morning, having waved Peter off to the airport for his early morning flight to the Netherlands. He was fussing as usual.
"Are you sure you'll be all right? What time is Susie arriving tonight? I'll ring you when I get there. Don't turn your phone off. Ring me to let me know how you are. Don't forget to lock the door."
As soon as his car had finally disappeared up the track, Jane tidied her hair, put on a little makeup. It was liberating, not having Peter there watching her with that anxious, disapproving expression. He didn't like her wearing makeup. "What are you plastering that stuff on your face for?" he used to say. She set out the coffee cups and a plate of shortbread biscuits. Nigel had texted her yesterday afternoon to say he was bringing Norman Bell at 10 o'clock this morning, and if it was all right with her, he'd sit in on the session and take him home afterwards, as Norman had had a hip replacement 3 weeks ago and wasn't allowed to drive yet. And on the dot of 10, there they were. Norman Bell looked like a wizened gnome next to Nigel. He was even shorter than Jane, a skinny little man with a mop of white hair, thick lens glasses, and a stubbly white beard. He wore baggy brown corduroy trousers and a thick woolen jumper, several sizes too large for his thin frame. As he shuffled in, leaning on his walking stick, Jane noticed the incongruous white trainers on his feet, laces undone. But as he shook Jane's hand and looked around him, she saw how his eyes behind the thick glasses were quite youthful and lively looking, and seemed to be almost sparkling with excitement. "Oh, my goodness!
I haven't been in here for over 25 years. I'd never have recognised it. Poor Irene. It was always rather gloomy and run down when she lived here. Is that awful Mortimer woman still next door?
She is. There was so much Jane wanted to ask him, but didn't want to rush things. She offered him tea or coffee.
"Could I trouble you for a glass of water, dear?" he said. "It's strange. I've got that same feeling I had the last few times I came to see Irene. Just as I turn the bend in the track and see the cottage, I get this cold, oppressive kind of feeling, a sort of heavy pressure here." He tapped his chest. "Funnily enough, I don't feel it here inside the cottage. It seems to come from the field behind."
Jane said,
"Yes, I know. I felt exactly the same."
She gave him the water. He seated himself in the armchair, so Jane sat next to Nigel on the sofa. She felt a little nervous, and being close to him was reassuring. After a bit of inconsequential chat, Norman leant forward. "So, Jane, Nigel has told me a little bit about the things you've been experiencing here. Can you tell me everything yourself?" Jane took a deep breath. She talked, going over everything, starting with the first sighting of the child on the day she came to view the cottage, to the incident of the footprints on the landing. The only thing she forgot to mention was the business with the cushion, and she didn't talk about the things that could have been a mistake, like the baby in Mrs. Mortimer's arms, the flash of something red in the mirror, or the figure in the painting. Norman listened carefully, tapping his fingertips together. He stood up. "Can I ask you both to sit quietly and not speak to me while I see if I can sense anyone here, trying to get through to me?" He wandered round the room, limping on his stick, every now and then stopping to touch the wall, pressing his palm against it, eyes closed. "I'm feeling for vibrations," he explained. "Some mediums use different methods, of course, but with me, I am sensitive to vibrations. And sounds. A kind of hum, like this." He made a soft humming noise. Jane felt a sudden urge to giggle. She glanced at Nigel and saw he was twitching his mouth, trying not to smile. They both looked away from each other quickly. It wouldn't do to get an uncontrollable laughing fit. Now Norman had his hands on the wall next to the stairs, the dividing wall. "Oh!" He pulled his hands away. "There's a faint but definite vibration coming through here. Not a good one." "What do you think that could mean?" Jane said, unable to stay silent. "Is it a little girl? Did something bad happen to her?" He came and sat down opposite her again.
"All I can tell you, dear lady, is that there are unquiet spirits about this place, especially in the adjoining part of the cottage, and outside. Of course, I've always known that."
Jane thought of what the woman in the shop had told her about her dog not wanting to go near the place. Perhaps it felt the vibrations too.
"Spirits, you say, so there's more than one?" "Oh, yes, but I'm afraid they're not coming through to me. You see, those in the spirit world will only come through if they want to communicate. And these, I sense, although they're unhappy souls, just want to be left alone."
"Mr. Bell, that's all very interesting, but please, could you see if you can connect with a child?" She went to the dresser and took out the folded page of her sketchpad. "Here's the message she wrote for me. Don't leave. Would it help if you held it? I really need to know what it means." He took it, unfolded it, and studied it carefully. Then he shut his eyes, stood up, and started limping round the room again. "Hello? Little child?
Are you there? Is there something you want to tell Jane? They were all acutely aware of the silence in the room, the only sound coming from outside, a lone seagull's plaintive cry and the slow rhythmic whisper of the waves breaking over the shore. Norman stopped next to the sofa where Nigel and Jane sat. His eyes opened, he let the paper drop and snatched up the red cushion that was on the sofa next to Jane. He clutched it to his chest. "Oh!" he gasped, spluttering, drawing in gulps of air. His breathing became rasping and laboured. "Oh! Oh!" "What's up, Norman? Are you all right?" Nigel was on his feet. Norman staggered back against him, dropping the cushion, struggling for breath. Nigel led him back to the chair. "Here, drink this," he said, pressing the glass of water into his trembling hand. "Oh, dear! Oh, dear!" Norman shook his head from side to side, his breathing slowly returning to normal. "I'm so sorry." "What happened there?" Jane said. "Do you suffer from asthma?" "No, I don't." "No," Norman said, between sips of water. "Please, don't be alarmed. I'm quite all right now. It was the vibrations coming from that cushion. Very powerful." "From the cushion?" Jane said. "Was it a spirit vibration? Was it a child?" "I don't know. There was no voice coming through to me, but the vibrations from that cushion, I can't explain. They were unusual, not what I normally feel, and they gave me a most unpleasant sensation of choking, suffocation." He shuddered. "Quite horrible." "Well, I can tell you now," Nigel said, a defensive note in his voice. "There's nothing peculiar about that cushion. It's only been here about a year, from when we last gave this place a makeover. I bought it myself, along with a lot of other stuff from IKEA in Gateshead, not a store noted for its supernatural merchandise." "But there is something odd about the cushion, Mr. Bell," Jane said. "I forgot to mention it before. It disappeared from in here a few days ago, and I found it dumped on the beach. I don't know how that happened." Norman was still looking shaken and white-faced. He looked at Jane. "I'm so sorry the child you've been seeing has not come through to me today. But there is something, a vibration, telling me that someone, something, wants you to remove that cushion. And what you've just said confirms that. Destroy it, my dear." "So, you can't feel any vibration that's telling me not to leave?" Jane said, disappointed and disturbed by the turn of events. "I'm afraid not. But you'd be wise to heed it. It could be a warning." "A warning? How can I heed it? We can't stay here forever. I've got to leave sometime. Now I'm going to be really terrified that we're going to die in a car crash or something on our way back to Newcastle." Jane was beginning to wish she'd never asked Norman Bell to come. He'd planted a sense of doom in her mind that hadn't been there before. "My dear, that won't happen," he said, smiling at her. "I can sense with you that all will be well. You carry sadness in your heart, I can feel that. But yes, all will be well. All will be well." Jane thought, he would say that, wouldn't he? They always tell you what you want to hear, nothing bad or tragic. Like the gypsy fortune-teller at the Hoppings, who told her years ago she'd marry a tall, handsome older man and have 2 beautiful children. Well, Peter was older, tall, and handsome for his age, but she had no children. Not anymore. Norman seemed in a hurry to leave. "Would you be kind enough to run me up to Chillingham Castle, Nigel?" he said. I'm meeting a television producer chap up there about a programme we're planning about the castle's ghosts. He'll give me a lift back home afterwards."
"Hope you find plenty of your vibrations up there," Jane muttered under her breath as she saw them off at the door. Before he stepped into his car, Nigel leant over to Jane and spoke quietly in her ear. "Not been much use, has he? Sorry about that. I'll call back here when I've dropped the old fella off." Jane was clearing up the coffee cups when her phone pinged. It was a text from Susie. "Hi. Jane, is it okay if I arrive first thing tomorrow morning, not tonight? Got a huge backlog of work to get through. People off sick and won't get away till late. Sorry about that. Can't wait to see you." Jane texted her back at once. "No problem. See you tomorrow." So, she was going to be alone tonight. But Nigel was coming back, so perhaps she wouldn't be. "It's him again, Mr. Blackwood." Mrs. Mortimer was at her kitchen sink, taking another paracetamol, when she saw the grey Mercedes arrive. But to her surprise, he wasn't alone. He had a funny-looking little man with him. She stared. Good heavens, it was Norman Bell! She hadn't seen him in a canny few years. He was always hanging around at Irene Blackwood's at one time. Her protégé, she said. My, but he'd aged. Hair gone quite white. He was only a young man when he first turned up for Miss Blackwood's meetings. He had the gift, according to Miss Blackwood. Well, it was all nonsense, of course. The only gift he had was for being a nosy Parker. She saw him once, wandering about in the field at the back, bending down to touch the ground, patting it with his hands. She'd gone out and asked him what he was doing, and he started going on about vibrations and restless spirits. Well, she told him straight he was trespassing on land that belonged to Armstrong's farm, land that had livestock on it, and he and his vibrations could just bugger off. And when Miss Blackwood started going seriously funny in the head, she made it plain when he turned up that Miss Blackwood didn't want him coming round any more. Miss Blackwood hadn't exactly said as much, but it was Mrs. Mortimer's job to look out for her, protect her. Now she wasn't quite the full shilling. What on earth could Norman Bell be wanting here after all these years? Of course, she'd heard Norman was quite a local celebrity now, writing books and talking about the paranormal on telly. She had an awful thought. Was he planning on bringing a camera crew down here, looking for ghosts? Just thinking about a load of strangers swarming about the place made her feel ill again. Why couldn't they just let the deceased folk rest in peace? Why did they have to keep probing into the past, things and people that were dead and gone? She didn't like thinking about the past. She pushed those thoughts away whenever they threatened to creep back, like a black poison seeping into her head. She would focus instead on the new baby. She was a real beauty, the best yet, just perfect. She'd arrived with the name Serenity, but that was a stupid name. She would call her Serena, a pretty name. She would dress her in a nice outfit, brush her hair, put her in Aidan's cot. And as for Aidan, she would shut him away in the cupboard. Chapter 16. That was all a bit of a waste of time. The old boy didn't help much, did he? Nigel was back, sitting on the sofa, having another cup of coffee. No, I suppose it was silly of me pinning my hopes on him. I think he's sincere, though, not a fraud. I think he really can pick up on feelings. He knew I was sad. He could sense that. Had you told him about me losing Angela? No, I never mentioned it. They were quiet for a moment. Jane looked at the red cushion, still lying on the floor where Norman Bell had dropped it.
"It was odd about that cushion, though," she said.
Yes, I was worried there for a moment. The way his breath was rattling in his throat. I thought we'd have to ring for an ambulance."
"Nigel, do you think we should destroy it, like he said?"
Nigel laughed, stopping abruptly when he saw Jane was serious. "Pity to chuck out a perfectly good cushion, but if it really upsets you, I'll take it away."
"It's a shame. I actually rather like it," Jane said.
"There's a cupboard in the spare bedroom with a lock on it. I think I'll shut it out of sight in there and decide what to do with it later." Nigel jumped to his feet, clapped his hands together, smiling. "Jane, I'm taking you out for lunch. And let's make a pact while we're having lunch not to discuss anything to do with cushions or ghosts, and especially not vibrations." The year was on the turn now, a stinging east wind blowing in, so they drove inland and found a quiet pub with a welcoming fire burning. Nigel did most of the talking, telling her about the holiday cottage business his father had built up, how it had blossomed and grown as Northumberland became more and more of a popular tourist destination. All the while, Jane was wondering how she could turn the conversation around to more personal matters. Eventually, when there was a pause in the chat, she said,
"Nigel, can I just ask